Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm sorry I took the video down earlier today, but it just didn't make sense to leave it up because there just really wasn't anyone there. And I figured that video would probably be better served just to do it later in the week. I know everyone's busy and stuff like that. So, but we do have a special guest, don't we? We do. We have a special guest. I have a co-host this evening. So, yeah, like I said in the live feed I did earlier, I don't think, you know what? I think I'm just not gonna, I don't think I'm gonna put anything up. It's kind of a waste of videos to put them up when no one's gonna watch them because it screws you on the algorithm. So I've got some stuff filmed. I got some stuff ready. Hi. Yeah. You watched it. I don't know how it worked because I had been watching it for a long time. And then I was like, you know what? There's no one here. There's not even anyone commenting. I'm just going to go in and I changed the settings. So I don't think you can watch it now. I don't think you can unless you watch. I really don't know how that works. So my buddy Sam might stop by. We were going to do a podcast tonight, but then, hi. Yeah, I know you've been all needy today. So, hey, budget guys here. What's up, bud? What do you want? I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. So, where are you going? What are you doing? Come on, hop up. What was that? What the? It's doing it again. Can you hear that? That weird echo? Shop dog. Yeah. What are you doing? Why are you half on, half off? She got a bath today, went for a walk. What are you can up? Come on, up. You can stay up. So she's got like her front paws on the rug and her back paws on the couch still. I was like, why is half of you on the couch? Up, kind up. Come on up, hop up. Don't just look at me like that. Looking at me like I did something wrong. Come on, come up. Oh, this is what she wants. I forgot. Her favorite thing is to sit back like she's a people. That's what she wanted me to do. That's what it was. That's what it was. So what's going on, guys? Can somebody take that? What was that? Oh, no. Well, nah, let's leave that up. I don't know. That might be an actual person. Hi. So we're just spending Christmas Eve here alone. I don't know how long we're going to do this. Like I said, my buddy Sam might stop in and say hi. So she's a people. This is her favorite thing. So my wife started this. She would put the dog in her lap and lean her back and hold her like she was sitting up like a person. And she will just sit in your lap straight up and down and just sit with you. So she's a people. She thinks she is anyway. So like I said, it's New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve. I'm trying to set it up for the New Year's thing. I haven't got a bunch of people to respond to Roger up to do the live feed across. So it might just be me and Cole. So I don't know. We'll get it figured out. You know, you're heavy. You're heavy. So what's everybody got in pocket? Diver Dave. How are you all? I just gave you a bath. How are you all nasty? Oh, here. Sit there like that. There you go. That's better. Yeah, like that. Do you do your thing where you cross your legs like that, like a proper little princess? Brian Grimsley's here. I don't think. Yeah, I think this is probably. Put them in timeout if they come back and say, "Hey, why'd you put me in timeout?" We'll see. Kershaw Link in 20 CV. I have my Norseman, of course, and since it's after hours, this was in my pocket, but I was using it to open something. Kim's here. Kim's got the big Todd Fisher that I sharpened for him. Inception camera. No, I just set my phone up over there as a shop camera so you guys could see the Christmas tree and all that. You want to see like the Christmas tree? Like it's nice with the. You know what? I'm not getting up. I'm not getting up. I'm just gonna sit here. So I have a video that's probably gonna go up Monday. That was gonna go up tomorrow, and like I said, I just don't. Hey, you're not late. These things run forever. Guys, I did a video where I tagged the quartering, Jeremy over at the quartering in it. I tagged him in it, and that video didn't do very well. And I got a notification from someone that told me that there's certain channels that you shouldn't tag because YouTube puts you in the no-no box. So if you're not getting notifications, go and check and make sure you're hitting that bell that has all, just set it for all, because that's the only way you're gonna get everything. Because I think I may have inadvertently got myself in YouTube's no-no box again by doing things like talking about Steven Crowder and how we should all support him and go to Mug Club and buy a Papa Didn't Raise No Commie. They can't see, I'm not writing it, so it doesn't link me out. So I had some friends that stopped by, and my buddy, hang on a second, let me go turn the volume down on this. I'm still here, guys. I can just hear the audio coming out of that right there. So, yeah, I got myself shadow banned again. It usually, like when you do something like that, it only lasts for like a few days. So either get down or get back up. What are you doing? Oh, you want me to do that thing again? Okay, there you go. You fell over. What are you doing? There you go. Sit like that. Say hi to everybody. Say hi. So I talked to my daughter. This morning, and I talked to my guy. Okay, either get down or sit like that. Either one of the two. You can't have both. You can't be up in my lap. You're too heavy. Yeah, hit the like button. It's Christmas. I don't know how many likes there are. Down. Go ahead. Get down. Get down if you want. No, I don't know where she's going. Oh, I think she wants to go get some water. You guys give me a second. Let me go close that door. I talked with Polly today. Let me go open that door for her so that she can go get some water. You want to get water? You may just leave it open? I did put your water dish back, right? Okay, there you go. So I talked with Polly for a little bit today. About some stuff. So how's everyone's holidays going? I think we can close that. Cayenne left. I swear to God, guys, I think this house is haunted. I don't want to say it around my daughter because she's kind of weird about it. The wife and I had a house that was haunted in Japan. The first place we ever lived together, it was absolutely haunted. You can ask her one of these times if I can ever get her to go on camera. She'll tell about it. If I get my roommate Alan on, he can tell you the stories about it. But at any rate, with the family gone, I've noticed that there is some weird stuff. Like I hear noises around the house, and it's not just me because I see the dog react. And then I go up to where I hear the noise upstairs or around in the kitchen, and I go and there's nothing, but there's a smell, and it smells not like body odor, but you know how like sweaty, greasy hair is? Like if you've been out camping and you haven't washed your hair for a few days as a guy, like greasy hair, if you worked in a shop where you were sweating a lot, or how the bill of a hat gets to smelling if you sweat in it a lot. When I go into the room where I've thought I heard a noise, I smell that. And I'm like, okay, that can't be just me. And I see the dog, and then she'll get to go, hey, Sam is here. Sam, I did email you a link if you want to hop in and be on camera. That's fine. If not, you can just hang out in here. Oh, Aiden, I'm sorry. So Aiden says that his holidays are going like trash. He has a toothache and his family invited him to go eat. That's too bad. I'm sorry, man. So Bushcraft Grotty Boater, that's my buddy Sam. That was going to be on. Oh, what I was saying is I had some friends that stayed the day yesterday. Stayed the night last night. And they left. Oh, they left just right after the live feed. And that was so right after not after the live feed, after the premiere that didn't go well. And they were like, hey, man, we don't have an attic. There's a storeroom in my daughter's room that is like sealed off. And I'm not hearing the noises above. We don't actually have an attic. It's like it goes up a certain height, but no, I mean, it's nothing bad. It's just like when there's people here, it doesn't bother me. But like, so my friends were here and they stayed. And so it's a friend of mine that after, him and his husband, yes, I do have gay friends. They stayed and they crashed on the couch for a little bit. And they were like, man, yeah, you do. I was like, did you guys hear anything? And like, I did hear something. And I was like, okay, so it's not just me. But they were watching the premiere with me and we both agreed. Like they were packing up, they were getting in their car. We watched the premiere and they were like, you know what? You should just take it down and reload it. Like you said. And I was like, yeah, I should do that. So it's not like, it's not like we ever had anything bad happen. At any rate, my friend Rico made some stuff with 7-Up and cranberry juice and 2 different kinds of alcohol. And he was like, yeah, just keep it refrigerated. I'm like, he put it in a sealed thing so it stayed tight. And I was like, I'm not 100% sure if I like it with the cranberry juice and 2 different types of alcohol in it. I think I'd be happier with just cranberry juice and 7-Up. It's got a odd taste. What's a sheepdog? What sheepdog? I mean, so Justin, you were talking about raccoons in the attic. I know for a fact that they can't get into the attic, even if we have. There's not an attic, but like a crawl space above my bedroom, but it's all sealed off. Like you can see there's grates and everything on it because I think maybe he was getting bees and stuff in it. It's like it's sealed off and they're very small. So, but yes, you can still come on and hang out for a few minutes if you want. Oh, she's eating. She didn't finish her food. But like I was saying, so Rico made this stuff and I'm like, it's a little bitter. So I'm not 100% sure what the 2 clear liquors that he put in it were, but they are a little harsh. I was talking with Birdshot earlier today, and I was hoping he would come on, but he said that him and Frankie couldn't come on tonight. Oh, is somebody giving you a sheepdog? I liked what was it? The Vandal. I forget which one. There was a sheepdog design that Jared sent me that I liked. It was one of the sheepdog knives designs, but it wasn't a sheepdog. And it was the one. Do you guys remember which one it was? It was one with the copper bolsters and he had force patinaed them. And it was micarta and force patinaed copper. I don't remember which one that was, but I really like that one, but I don't like the sheepdogs themselves. So like if it's the sheepdog, I really don't like it. He sent me another one that was a non-flipper. And I think it's just the handle. It's gotta be just the handle that that bothers me. So, but as far as, well, yeah, but that wouldn't explain different rooms and then being able to smell like a sweaty human smell. I know what raccoons smell like. I know what a raccoon musk smells like. I grew up in the country. What's this? Diver Dave says, I stayed in a haunted hotel once in Malaysia. My wife has the third eye, so she can sense these things. I had multiple nightmares the first night. If I could ever get my old roommate, Alan, to come on one of these live feeds, he could tell you the story about the time that I came home and he was sitting. Like, I'll tell you the story, but he tells it like what happened to him. Anyway, what was this? So anyway, someone said an emblem on the Singapore dollar coin was supposed to have been designed by various religious orders to ward off spirits, replace corns around the room. My wife got it when we were in Japan. She, the house that was haunted. I mean, it was absolutely haunted. Like she knew it too. she put piles of salt at the north, like at every entrance, like north, south, east, and west, at all the entrances, like at windows and stuff like that. She put piles of salt. And then when she moved in with me, she would set a plate with chopsticks under a bowl. Like she would set a place for the ghost, but it was done in a fashion that the ghost couldn't use the chopsticks. And she was like, it just tells them that they're not welcome. And I was like, oh, okay. And so when we got ready to move out, when she moved in, I'm not gonna lie, I was a single sailor. I spent most of my time in a bar. I didn't clean that house very much. It was, I mean, we kept it tidy, but we didn't clean. And so when she moved in, she was wiping walls down and cleaning stuff with those magic eraser things. And she went to the steps, and I noticed when we moved in, there were all these little drawings, like cartoon characters and rabbits and stuff like that. And she washed all those off. And I was like, cool. And when we got ready to move out, she was like, we got to clean this place before we move out. That way you get your security deposit back. Because in Japan, they still do the security deposit thing. And it was significant. It was like $3,000. And we had like a 2,000 square foot house in Japan. It was massive. 2 stories, 3 bedrooms, an upstairs and downstairs bathrooms. I had a floor model urinal. And so at any rate, we washed these things all off and we got ready to clean. She was washing the steps and we never really paid attention. And I hear her scream and I come running downstairs. I thought maybe a snake had gotten out because we lived on the side of a mountain and it was kind of country out there in the outside of the town there in Japan. And she was like, I was like, what's wrong? And she was shaking and she pointed, and those drawings that we had specifically washed off were back and they were different. And she was like, I want to move out now. And I was like, well, we're transferring. She was going to stay at her parents' house. I was coming to San Diego I was going to Iraq. And then after 14 months, I came to San Diego. I went to school for like 8 months here. She came out here for the last 3 months. And so she was like, she was cool with it. But she told me later, she's like, I think it was a kid. I think there was a ghost of a kid. And she knew that because it was always playful stuff. It was little stuff like hiding keys, moving stuff around, shaking, rattling doors, opening and closing doors. But there was on the hillside, on the mountain where we lived, after she moved in, she did a bunch of research, and her dad loves history stuff. And he found out that there was a huge battle during the Japanese, like the time where they had the warlords and the daimyos and all that stuff before the emperor took back over again, where there was a big battle between 2 opposing clans. Oh, there was hang on. 2 opposing clans. Help me remember. That's really loud today. Don't know why that's bothering me. So there was a battle. A lot of people died there. And then we had a German Shepherd, and I never thought really about it until she said it. I would take the dog and I would go up the hill. Well, there was a graveyard, like in the woods, just kind of like unattended, like an old graveyard, like Japanese graveyard. It was kind of overgrown, like really no one was taking care of it. So that told me it was really old. We lived in a very old neighborhood when we lived in Japan in this house. Like you couldn't drive. My parking space was literally down the hill, take a left, go all the way down. And I rented a parking space, like a 2-minute walk. And then my wife's parking space was really close because I had a sports car and couldn't make it up the big turn. And so we had 2 cars and we had to rent 2 parking spaces. They were separate. You couldn't drive a car up to my house. There was a narrow little trail that led up to our Orihashicho house up there, just above the school. And it was beautiful. I had a beautiful view of town and the mountains and everything off this big balcony. Like I had a balcony that was 2 bedrooms wide. So I took the doors out, the big sliding doors to separate 2 bedrooms, made it into a bedroom and a living room upstairs. We had a living room downstairs. And it was beautiful up there. I loved it. But you just couldn't drive to your house. You had to drive to a parking space. So yeah, kind of spooky. You got Patron, so this will be fun. Boker Plus Kansai Brass. Okay, I'm curious about some of the Boker Plus stuff. Hey, Andrew. Sorry, I didn't see this. So you guys, so that you know, just heads up in case you guys haven't been on live feed. If you put in a comment and I didn't read it, I'm not on YouTube. I'm on StreamYard. That's why I'm able to put stuff up and add extra cameras and stuff like that. They jump. And if you're a paying member and you get one of those notifications, like the milestone notifications, just let me know that it popped up. Like, hey, I've been a member for however long, and I'll recognize it that way, because I don't see those. I did see, however, if I go back to the very beginning, I see that Steve Pickering is listed as a new YouTube paying member, but Steve's been a member for a long time. Steve was one of my first paying members. So I don't know if he just renewed and I got that notification or what. If you guys are paying members, don't forget, sharpening service costs you $20 per person now, as opposed to a bunch of other. Does this look really bright to you? Like I've got too much light going on? It just seems to me that looks really, really bright. Does it look like that when I do this? Yeah. Don't know. So what's everyone doing? Are you guys all on trips to go visit family and stuff? Or are you just kind of hanging out and doing what I'm doing? I'm glowing a bit. That's what I thought. Let me go see. This might be a more pleasant lighting. Let's see. How's that look? Is that better? Is that more pleasant? Is that more of a, nah, the lighting's okay. My face is sort of glowing. I think it's fine, says Bridget. But now you guys can see the Christmas tree all lit up. Let me turn off the lights. You guys can see the Christmas tree all lit up. See, Christmas tree all lit up right here. That's not much of a Christmas tree. You guys are both using the same account. Yeah. I mean, I put the tripod up there over there with the new phone. Do you guys want to see something really cool? The new phone, let me, no, let's not do that. The new phone. Oh, this is like mood lighting. It's like, if you guys see the flickering, I'm watching the news right now. Actually, I'm trying to see if they're actually going to fire that CNN producer. Being festive. Well, okay. So that little tree was a gift for my daughter here a few years ago. And the old house, for as big as our living room was, Nico can tell you this, there was just no real way to, put a big Christmas tree in the living room. There was just no place to do it, because with Isabel, like doing like her figure skating practice and stretching and things like that. Are you coming back out? There just wasn't room for it. So you see these guys, you see these, if you guys are a moderator, if you see these like things like that, just block them. I'm going to go ahead and block this guy. But this house, there's little alcoves and stuff. And because we have the garage, and I've turned the garage basically into a living room. What are you doing? Hey, come back up. Up, hop up. You know, come up. Let me get that light turned back on. But no, so at any rate, what I was saying is that little tree was the tree that we used. That was our Christmas tree, because it was just enough for us. My wife is Buddhist. We didn't celebrate much Christmas. And so with my wife being a Buddhist and my daughter really not knowing what a big family Christmas was like, because it was just 3 of us, that Christmas tree over there, that little itty bitty one, served us just fine. And yeah, you're right. It's 100% a little Charlie Brown Christmas tree. It's not even green. It's blue. I didn't put any decorations on it. I just put it up, because that's all it takes. My father hated Christmas. You guys want to hear a story about that? Let me go turn that light back on. Now, let me see if I can, this camera actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to change the settings, but this camera actually can be set up for like I have a new iPhone 12. I have an iPhone 12 mini. So it has 2 cameras. It has like a bird's eye, like a fisheye lens, and then a really good camera. As you can see, it's really clear. But I was trying to get like a bigger view of the kitchen. Do you want to come up? Come on. Hop up, kind up. Come here, up, you stubborn bitch. So my father, so the story goes, let's go back. So my dad had a brother named Johnny, and Johnny was born the week of Christmas. Johnny was born like December 20th, I believe. And Johnny died on Christmas morning. And my dad was the oldest. Johnny would have been the next oldest. And so my father had wanted a brother. And then Johnny was born, and his baby brother passed away when he was, and so my dad was like 5, maybe 6. And so for him, Christmas had all kinds of bad memories. And then my uncle was born, and my dad hated him because he thought he was trying to be a replacement. And it caused a lot of bad blood and stuff. They didn't get along. They didn't get along really until, even after my dad got sick. But so that put Christmas, that gave him a bad taste in his mouth for Christmas. Like he didn't help decorate the tree. He'd help put the lights up, but he didn't decorate the tree. He'd sit back and he'd watch us, and he'd detangle the hooks, and he would watch. I forget why it was, but every year my mother, it was like the day after Thanksgiving. There was always, so if I remember correctly, it was like Thanksgiving Day, my mother wanted to put the Christmas tree up, or the day after, but it always wound up that we watched the Wizard of Oz while we were decorating the tree. It was like every year. And so my dad would sit back and we would watch the Wizard of Oz, and he'd take the little hooks and untangle them. My mother actually hand painted all these decorations and stuff that we would put up, all the ornaments. And my dad, the only thing my dad ever really did was put up the lights, and he would put they had this Christmas thing they bought the year I was born. And it was one of those big, long stars that looks, it's not like a star, like a traditional star. It's the big, long, pointy thing. It looks like an aerial off a Chevy Nova, something like that. And he would put that on top of the tree. That was the only things he did. Well, fast forward to the year my father passed away. And my mother loves Christmas. Christmas was such a big holiday for their family. And, they were tight knit. My dad's family, not so much, like complete polar opposites. And my mother calls me, and my dad had been sick. My dad was dying. And my mother calls me, and she is just so mad. And I was like, what? She's like, this sorry cocksucker. I was like, who are you talking about? Your father. I'm like, my father's dying, and you're calling him sorry. She's like, that sorry cocksucker is going to die on Christmas just to fucking ruin it for everyone. So we hate it as much as he does. And I'm like, what the fuck? And hung up. She made my father promise to not die on Christmas. My father died about 3 hours after Christmas for him. No, actually, my dad died right after midnight on the 26th. So it would have been the 26th. I mean, basically, he waited until right after midnight so he didn't pass away on Christmas. And she was like, no, he's like, she was like, he fought to make it to the end of Christmas. When she called me, and I'm like, yeah, but fucking dick, it's still Christmas here. So he basically, I'm not real big on Christmas anymore, but that's a family thing. So stubborn. Hey, man, life happens. Here's the thing. Christmas is just a day, right? Christmas is a day. The way that you guys treat Christmas, you should treat every day. That's just the way it should be. So for me, Christmas is just a day. Nico will tell you that. Nico, I mean, I'm a little bit closer to being a Jehovah's Witness than a lot of people would think. Christmas is just another day. Like, is it got some kind of family significance? Yeah. But the way we treat each other on Christmas, we should do that all year. That's what's wrong with this fucking country. Treat every day like Christmas. And try not to be a dick. But there's nothing to be sorry about. My dad was sick. He was suffering. Now he's not suffering. He went to a better place. Well, I don't know. It's my dad. It was my dad. So, the jury is still out. Kyan, you don't want to come up? Come on. You're just going to sit there? You're making it hard for me to. You're making it hard for me to pet you. Come here. Cayenne, up. Cayenne, up. Cayenne, up. I don't. She's so fucking stubborn. Cayenne, come here. The people would like to see you. So that's some real shit right there. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've had some years to think about it. I'm not young anymore. So at any rate, my daughter got to Japan and they had to do their quarantine. And they were only supposed to quarantine for a couple of days. And then they found out that they had to quarantine up at the mountain cabin because someone, okay, so backstory, my mother-in-law has got an autoimmune disorder like me. My sister-in-law just recently had cancer and had surgery for throat cancer because for years we told her she needed to quit smoking like the wife and I did. She didn't listen. She kept smoking and she wound up with throat cancer. So they got the cancer out, but she still had some setbacks and she's had chemotherapy. So they're all sick. And my mother-in-law and my brother-in-law is president of a bank. So he can't get sick because he can't take time off. So they were like, well, that's great. You can't come home because someone on your plane tested positive. So they had an option. They could stay at the hotel free of charge. The government was paying for it. They were staying at a hotel at the airport. But then it wound up being that they were going to have to do 2 weeks. Now there is a house in Osaka that they could have stayed at, but only for a period of time because we'll get into that sometime. But my mother-in-law's mother was really rich and the company uses that as like a place where visiting, like traveling executives from the company will stay. And so they couldn't stay for 2 weeks. So my in-laws own a cabin in the woods, in the mountains at a resort town. And so they went there and stayed for 2 weeks. Well, now that they're back at my in-laws' house, they're doing all this stuff. So my daughter finally got to go to the skating rink. And so she went to the ice rink. And the first day she goes to the ice rink, the first day that they go to the ice rink, they're like, it's like the day before Christmas. And they're like, oh, would you like to be in the Christmas show? And my daughter's like, I haven't rehearsed anything. And the coaches don't speak English. And my daughter's Japanese is a little rusty, but they talked her into it. And so my daughter skated at the Christmas pageant, Christmas show at the home ice rink. Well, here's the thing though. So my daughter's known some of these skaters for a while. And now that she's on the US figure skating team and she skated internationally and they've seen it on TV, she's like a little bit of a celebrity in town. Like everybody wanted to come see her skate. So it was kind of like here for her, it's mundane. She has her friends at the ice rink and stuff. So this was kind of her first foray into what it's going to be like if she goes to the Olympics and becomes a well-known public figure. Like she's having to deal with, like, there were people that came when they found out she was skating, they came pretty far to come watch her skate. And I was like, good for you. Good for you. So I've got some pictures. I'll post them up in the community tab when I get a chance. They're on that phone that we're currently recording this with. Let me address that so you guys can see the dog. Let me see here. Can you guys see her? Where's she at? There we go. There we go. You guys should be able to see that if I put this in the stream now. There you go. You can see. There's my dead animal. You look like a dead stuffed animal. So guys, we can't keep this going too long tonight because I haven't seen Hans Gruber fall from the Nakatomi building. So it's not officially Christmas yet. Would you stop moving every time I switch the camera? She knows I'm trying to film it. Cayenne, hey, come back. Lay down right here. Lay right back down. There you go. Cayenne, lay down, please. Lay down and stay. Hang on. I want her to get her screen time. Like, you guys don't ever get to see the puppers. So that camera has a LiDAR and light sensor and stuff like that, because it's a very good low light camera. I've taken some of the best complete dark in the room, and you're like, I can take a picture in the dark and have it come out perfectly clear. Not video so much, but she can see that light. So did you guys see the one where I was talking to her about the cat? So the reel that I did on Instagram and the short that I did on here, she loves that cat. Like, you can't have her not, like, she shits if the cat was out the other night, and I let the cat out. The cat didn't want to come back. She was at the door. Whining. And I was like, babe, he's not out there. And I'd turn on the light and I'd look and I'd open the door. She'd go out and she'd run around the yard looking for him. I was like, babe, he's not here. He actually has a house. And she just pouted. And she sat on the couch. She laid on the couch. And I was like, are you coming to bed? Because she loves to come up and sleep on the bed with me, because she doesn't get to very often. She usually sleeps in the kids' room. So she loves to be on the bed with me or my wife, and she doesn't like sleeping alone. She laid on the couch all night. Like, she refused to come to bed. And then the next morning, I filmed that thing where I let the cat in, and she was hiding. She hid from me. I was like, she won't play with the cat. She won't snuggle up next to the cat unless the cat's in my lap and they're both together. It's just nuts. She loves that cat. Yeah, Nakatomi Plaza, Christmas Eve, 1988. For me, it's never Christmas Eve until Hans Gruber falls from the Nakatomi Plaza. And it's never Christmas Day until I watch A Christmas Story. I will watch A Christmas Story all day tomorrow. Literally all day. I will put it on. I own it on Amazon Prime. I own it. You ready for this? I own A Christmas Story on Amazon Prime, Blu-ray, and regular CD or DVD. I own it on 3. That way I can have it streaming out here. I can have it playing upstairs in the bedroom, and I can have it playing on my wife's computer, because I'll put the Blu-ray in the PS4. I'll stream it on my wife's computer, and I will play it on the PS3 upstairs on the CD. I love that movie. It'll just be played in every room in the house all day tomorrow. More of a Nightmare Before Christmas. You know what? I have never watched that movie. I make jokes about that movie all the time, but I have never watched A Nightmare Before Christmas. Maybe I'll watch it after Christmas. I might watch it tonight. I'm not planning on getting a lot of sleep. In case you couldn't tell by how animated I am, there was a bit of caffeine consumed before my friends Rico and his husband left. It sounds so weird saying that. He was in the Navy with me, and like I never would have picked up on it. I have another friend that was a Navy SEAL, and he didn't just come out of the closet. He kicked that door open. I told my wife, for years he was stationed in Japan, and he would wind up in Sasebo, and then he wound up in Tokyo a couple times, and we stayed friends forever. And this dude was just ripped. He looked like a goddamn Michelangelo fucking sculpture. Like, he looked like fucking like he was chiseled out of fucking marble. Like, that dude was ripped, and chicks just went nuts. And we tried to hook him up and get him to date. My wife's one friend wanted to nothing more than to date this dude. And he was like, yeah, with the job, and it's dangerous, and I just wouldn't want to subject people. That dude got out of the Navy and married a dentist. And I was like, wow. And so he didn't just come out of the closet. He kicked that door open and was like, hey. And I was like, good for you, dude. Good for you. And I was like, that's something I would have never. So when I found out, I came home and I was like, Yuka. She's like, yeah. I was like, Chris. She's like, yeah, what about, she's like, oh, Chris. She's like talking about his abs. And I'm like, yeah, that Chris. She goes, uh-huh. And I was like, he's gay. She's like, no. And I'm like, yeah, he married another dude. And she was like, what? And I was like, yeah. She's like, that explains a lot. And I was like, yeah, right. Like all the all the times that we tried to hook him up with girls and he just didn't want to do it because he's like, well, you know, being a SEAL, it's dangerous. I don't want to this and that. And it's not, you know, it's not fair to them. And I was like, bullshit. He was staying hidden. Polly's here. When did Polly get here? Hey, bro, I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, unless something happens. I'm here. Typically, I'm watching the news right now because there's stuff going on that I want to see happen. I want to see that CNN dude wind up going to prison. All right, guys, I did not film anything today. I didn't film anything yesterday. We played games on online. I think I may have fixed my internet thing. We may do a stream where I just play video games and you guys can hang out. We might watch, we might play, we might stream some games. You okay, babe? I think she had some allergy stuff going on. I gave her a bath today because she just kept walking into the master bathroom and walking in the shower and laying down and looking at me. And I'm like, do you want a bath? And she's like, she got all excited. And I was like, she doesn't like taking baths. She doesn't like water. Like a lot of, what was this? Hey, AV Joe. Same thing. Glad I can't travel yet. Travel's enjoyable. Oh, hey. Ooh, I don't foresee that being a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that would wind up getting someone's channel shut down. That's kind of, you know what? That's kind of what I was thinking. Hey, you, sir, deserve a prize. I'm not going to give you one, but you deserve a prize because that would be interesting. How are we going to play Cards Against Humanity live? You're in Chicago. Tri-State Cole is in Ohio. Nico's north of me. It's just not going to work. I got to go turn this space heater off. It's gotten uncomfortably warm in here. I had the garage door open. It's been raining. It's something we'll look at maybe after the holidays. So, but at any rate, yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Joe Lewis. This is not Joe Lewis, but this is as close as I'm gonna get. You got your belly. I got your belly. Oh, you're gonna knock everything over. Oh, I got your belly. So at any rate, actually, she hi. Like I said, I think she was itchy because she doesn't like baths, and she walked right in the shower and like sat down and wouldn't leave until after I gave her a bath. Did you want a bath today? Or were you just cold and you knew that was going to be warm? Okay, lay back down. Come on. You're going to knock the computer over. Lay down. Lay down. How do you stink? I gave you a bath this morning. What is that? What's wrong with you? What does that smell? What did you get into? Did you roll in something? Kyan, lay down. Hey, no, you're pushing it. Come on, lay down. Lay down. Lay down. You're being stubborn. Lay down. You're going to knock the camera over. Go to your mat. Kyan, go to your mat. If you're not going to listen, Jesus Christ, what did you roll in? How did you get dirty already? Let her out for like 2 minutes. I'm going to have to get another. No, she didn't fart. It's on her skin. Either come up or lay down. One of the two. Yahtzee. Somebody's lighting off fireworks. That's why she's acting like this. I just heard it. Yahtzee. Pekino. My dog's okay with baths, just hates brushing. I don't know what her thing is. Like, she does not like. So I don't know what it is. She will not get in a pool. And she won't get in a lake. But if you take her to the ocean, you can't keep her out of the water. That's what we ought to do. We should go to the beach tomorrow. You want to go to the beach tomorrow? You go to the beach tomorrow? Hmm? Go beach? We'll go to the beach tomorrow. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll go out to Mission Beach. Oh, you're gonna push the camera. You're gonna push the computer over. Yes, you are. Guys, let me go grab some there. My sister sent me a video. There's a TikTok she sent me of a there's a TikTok my sister sent me of a kid crying, and this girl has got, you know, the elf on a shelf. There's a golden that has just in its teeth, and she's trying to get. She's like, Molly, no. And there's a kid just screaming his head off in the background because the dog has the elf on a shelf in its teeth. Are there any plans to build the sea snake as a folder? No. And I'll tell you why. Because every time I've looked at how I would turn that into a folder and the general design, it's a Master Blaster. It's like a mini Fair and Forge Master Blaster. There is no way to make that knife and have everyone go, someone take that down. My sister watches these, Polly. That's not cool, bro. You fuck with me, don't fuck with my sister. Not on a live. At any rate, what I was saying was there's just no way to turn that into a folder without turning it into the Master Blaster. I'm serious. You can ask Nico. Nico and I both own Master Blasters. Nico owns several Master Blasters, or a couple Master Blasters. There's just no way to do that. Well, I'm working on a couple things that might happen. The Habu could happen, possibly. I don't know how soon, but it could happen. I'm working on trying to get the dagger out. But, you know, there's just, it takes a while. But I'm trying to get the Habu done. American manufacturing. So I don't know what that's going to cost. We're going to take a look-see, but it's going to be coming up soon. Yeah, it would be very Master Blaster-ish. So, yeah. Dude, Trimmers have me paranoid about sandy places. Polly, could you have been paranoid about sandy places there for a few years of your life? I'm still paranoid about sandy places, but it's not because of Tremors. William Henry Blackbeard. Look, we don't need to know about your weird sexual things that you do. Guys, I don't know. I was going to put up the green screen, but I just didn't feel like it. I thought this felt more comfortable. There's not enough. Okay. The reason I don't use the green screen when I'm on the couch is because the green screen, there's not enough room back here because I have like all my shipping boxes and stuff for knife sharpening. I ordered a bunch of shipping supplies, so there's probably enough stuff to mail everything from here to Christmas next year behind me. I ordered it and I may have over ordered. I have a stack of just a stack of small flat rates that are like this big. I just don't want to have to get any more. Polly's like, that's a real thing. Polly, did anybody ever try to fucking throw a goddamn camel spider on you? I'm just curious because I've already told the story about the time I fucking threatened to shoot someone. I was like, you open that fucking box with camel spider in it and I'm going to shoot someone. So what was this? What did Adam say? What did Aiden say? Oh, Trimmers. Oh, okay. Stupid smartphone. Well, you know, smartphones have provided us with the modern dilemma. Do I turn off autocorrect and send things that make me look like a fucking idiot? Do I leave autocorrect on and allow my phone to send things that make me look like a fucking idiot? They tried to throw a camel toe. Polly was the kind of dude that would be like in the camp and the fucking females would be like, I'll suck your dick for your Skittles. And he's like, round the back, I've been stockpiling them shits. And if you don't think that's a real thing, Polly, can you verify that like those females, they were fucking horrible. Goddamn fucking tent rats. It was even hairier than the spider. Oh, Aiden got a good one there, right there. I don't care who you are right there, but that's funny. Right there. Back. So is anybody else here from the fucking, like the foothills of the Alleghenies? Right there is a thing that people say. Like, that's not like repetitive. That's just how you say, that's funny right there. That's just a thing. Benny. Oh man. Benny, how you been? Are you still liking that sea snake? I saw you were like one of the first people that did a video of the sea snakes after they released. I think yours actually, my video was first because I had the prototype. And I think yours was the first actual purchased knife review. I sent one to Jared, and I sent it to Stasa before they got released, but I think yours was the first purchased knife review of that, the first person had bought it. God damn, Rico made this shit strong. I'm a little things aren't working in my head. Northwest Ohio. I'm from Southeast. I'm down in the foothills of the Alleghenies, down towards Cambridge, Coshocton, Zanesville, Marietta, all that area down there. Stupidville, Steubenville Motors. I still remember those commercials. Doug Schumann. Doug used to work for me. He's now are you senior chief now, Doug? Are you a senior chief or a master chief yet? He was a fucking Jesus Christ. Schumann, you were a good God. Doug, you were a fucking, were you an E5? No, you were an E3 when you first started, when you worked for me. So this kid worked for me. So proud. Him, you and Ferrer. I can't tell you how proud I am of you guys for fucking making it that far. Yeah, E2. So if you guys don't know, E1 is how you start the military. So he went from E1 to E7. But it's always them even numbered chiefs you got to, or E8. I'm sorry. It's them even numbered chiefs you got to worry about. It's them E8s. E8s always be the ones be fucking up. It's never the odd numbered chiefs. The 7s and the 9s are always fine. It's the fucking 8s. They always fuck shit up. Sandusky. So that means you're from up around SeaWorld. Or not SeaWorld. Well, yeah, up around where Aurora, where SeaWorld used to be, if you remember. So Geauga Lake, SeaWorld were there. And then you went to, if you went further up, you went to Cedar Point. So yeah, and I'm proud of you guys. There's certain people that worked for me in the military. There's certain people that worked for me in the military that I've followed their, I follow them on Facebook and I see how they progressed. There's a couple kids that work for me in Japan that I'm just like, I'm over the moon that their career went as well as it did. Issues with my career came from, they all stemmed from that ship I was on before I went to mobile with you guys. I knew I wasn't ever going to make chief. I'd punched my chief. I was dirty for the entire time. And then I got medically retired before I would have been clean enough to make chief. So it's just one of those things, but sometimes the Navy just needs pretty good first class. I decided to hold that one down for a while. So Mike, what's the issues with toasters in the barracks? I'm pretty sure that stemmed from Marines because Marines are stupid and Marines will tell you they're stupid. Anytime you give a single sailor that's possibly impaired heavily a cooking device in a room with multiple flammable objects. It's just not a good call. Am I calling it right, Doug? I'm about 2 hours from SeaWorld, about 45 minutes from Cedar Point, Toledo, and Bowling Green. Oh, Toledo. The only reason to drive to Toledo is because you're driving to Chicago. That's the only reason to drive into Toledo is because you're driving further up to go to Chicago. Like I used to have to on weekends when I was in GMA school. I'm just curious, whatever happened to Doudna? Whatever happened to Ben? I never really was able to keep track of Ben. So Doug, quick question. Where are you staying? Are you here in San Diego again? Are you back out here? Or are you someplace East Coast? Because, bro, I'm in San Diego. I think somebody told me he got out. Oh, you went Riv. He went Riv. That's right. He did go Riv Ron. And I think he just wasn't. Oh, you're here. Nice. You should come back down you should come by my house sometime. Are you over at Imperial Beach? Are you at OLF? Are you at OLF or are you over at bro, I live in San Ysidro. I'm like right off the I'm right off the 905, bro. I'm like the last exit from the 905. Like if you're coming, I'm sorry, like SSTC. The stick, the elephant cages, bro. We did so much training out there. Do you remember? Hey, do you remember? Okay, so Doug can verify this. Do you remember the time that we set all the ice plant on fire with the smoke grenades, and they kicked us out and told us we couldn't ever do our campsite training at the SSTC anymore? Out there at the far end. Bro, I'm literally like 5 minutes from you. You should stop by on your way home from work sometime. I see how old and fat I got. Bald, ugly, disgruntled. So we did a campsite training one time, and we were trying to simulate a chemical attack. And I was on a training team with a bunch of other guys from staff, and we used an entire box of green smoke grenades, and we smoked out the entire strand. And we caught the ice plant on fire, and they told us we couldn't ever come back there to do training. We had to start using the Camp Elliott area up at Miramar, the very back side of Miramar, down there at Camp Elliott. We had to start doing campsite out there. Bro, if you believe this, Doug, my daughter is 14 and is on the U.S. figure skating team. Can you believe that shit? AV Joe, what is this? Yeah, 22 years now. I'm going to get blocked. Air Force still follows careers of airmen that used to work. Yeah. No, I have, there's certain people that I had an affinity to that I really like. I saw something like you know how when somebody works for you, like anybody that's in military, fucking Polly can tell you this, Purple Heart over there can tell you this. Anytime that you have kids that work for you, younger kids that work for you as a supervisor, there are certain people you see great things in. Doug was one. Ferrer was one. Gorman, Lewis Gorman, is Gorman a Master Chief now with the SEALs, or is he a Senior Chief? I know he's a Senior Chief or some shit. But like that, you see things in them that you're like, he's going to go far. Chris Navarro. He was Master Chief. He was like, I think he was like a Fleet Master Chief. But by the time I was, he worked for me a long time before you did. He made Master Chief sometime, a couple years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Lost contact. I don't know. I tried to keep in touch with him. It's just been really hard. So, yeah, I mean, just like, and those were the kids that, like, when I talk about kids that I had work for me in the Navy, that just like, those are the stories that pop into my head. Like, man, these guys, And these guys, you talk about those people that worked for you in the military, and you're like, these guys had something great going. And then you go back and you wind up finding out later that they've done great things in their career. They've become master chiefs or senior chiefs, and they're leading troops, and they're passing on things that you may have taught them. And it might not have been anything like knowledge based, but like, do you remember San Francisco when the ammo got lost and I fucking sacked it up, and everybody's like, oh, well, we could fake it and we could figure this out. And I was like, no, we can't. I didn't do a good inventory. I got to eat this one. Like that, that integrity. Like we used to talk about so in the military, you have honor, courage, commitment. Those are your core values, but there's a base that's all built on, and it's integrity. If you don't have integrity, you can't build that pyramid without integrity. And so those were those things that I wanted to, those are the things I teach my kid. I might not have been the greatest. I might not have been the greatest at what we did there, but I'll tell you what, when I was in the fleet, I was pretty much the best at what I did when I was at sea on a ship. And being able to pass on that, like have that integrity, stand up. Like I fucked up. You got to eat that one. It's just the way it works. And being accountable for your shit. Yeah. I just hope that I had some sort of an impact on you that way. Well, I appreciate it. You got to stop by the house, man. I'll tell you what, I have a phone number that's associated with the business. You can get a hold of me at any time. And here it is. Guys, if you need sharpening, this is the business phone number. I'm going to put it out there. I'm not going to lie. It's on voicemail most of the time, but so on top of that, since I'm giving this to Doug, you guys have this. If you need sharpening, this is the phone number for the business. That's the business line right there. That's the business line for sharpening. I do believe that I made a banner that says the same thing. We just put that right there like that. Hey, look, it's almost like I'm a fucking professional at something. Nice segue. Thank you very much. I've gotten good at the segues for the outros for the videos and shit like that. So, I'm not gonna lie, as much as I hated being there because I wasn't meant to be like, I didn't mind doing the IAs and stuff that I did before I came, but I just definitely did not. It is in the description, but it's currently scrolling across the bottom of the screen, Benny, which gets your attention as you're watching it, not when you go down into the comments or in the description. There's a lot of shit. Like I think about the military. I don't necessarily miss being in the military. I miss working on a 5-inch gun system. I absolutely do. But when I think back to the military, you know what I miss? It's never the shit we did or the places we went or the jobs we had. It's always the people. It's always the people. That's what I fucking miss. I thought you were getting like, okay, Bridget and I are going to drop. And I was like, is Nika going to drop acid? Because that I want to see. I want to see that little hobbit. Like, I can feel my hair growing. And why is the wall melting? Shit like that. I got to take the edge off that caffeine with a little THC. So, yeah, Doug, that phone number will get you my actual phone number, my personal number, which is currently filming my dog. So, all right. Has anyone got anything new as far as knife wise? I was hoping that Sam would maybe drop in. Hey, Nico, did you already leave? I think you already left. Who got something new as far as knives? Oh, my God. I'm pretty sure you need a new edge put on your 940. Well, it's a Benchmade. Doesn't surprise me. Did Benchmade sharpen it? That explains it. Hey, I don't know if you guys know this. I don't like Benchmate. I always miss the people. If it wasn't for them, I would have never made it to retirement. I am not going to lie to you. As much as I bitched about the Navy, I would have stayed in. I would have stayed in until they made, well, I mean, I kind of did. I was getting ready to say, I would have stayed in until they made me leave. And I'm like, well, I kind of did. Ooh, ADV mini pit boss and M390. That. I haven't got to see the mini. I got to see the actual pit boss, the full size one. But I have not got to see a mini pit boss. But maybe, you know what, Michael R., maybe you should think about sending that into the channel for a bit of a review. Is there something written on the bottom? I can't tell. Pit Boss 2. Ooh. Yeah, I was going to say, so I had the full-sized 80. And here's the thing. I've talked with Mr. DeVillers a couple times, and I've told him, like, I love your knives, but every time I've ever owned one, I've had to take it and modify it so it doesn't have so many hot spots that hurt my hand. And then I got the Pit Boss right there. Did you buy that from, wait, did you buy that Pit Boss from, did you buy that Pit Boss, or who was it? Snuz or Murky? Who was it that was selling one? Oh, Beardo. Did you buy that from Beardo the Weirdo on here? Were you the one that picked that up? Because I'm not going to lie to you. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I had the exact knife that Aiden now owns. He bought it from, so Aiden bought that knife from Beardo the Weirdo, who sent it to me for a video. And I'm not going to lie to you. So I got that knife in hand, like I was saying, like, he said it to me. I'm expecting ADV. I'm like, it's going to feel like I've got to quote Nick Spaz, it feels like a handful of hornets. It didn't feel like that. It felt so. No, I'm sorry. Michael, I was talking to Aiden. But at any rate, I got it and I looked at it and I put it in my hand. And I was like, oh boy, I want one of these so bad. But the fact was, just shortly before that, I had spent about $1,000 on this. And I'm like, I can't have that. Good. That was a good pickup, Aiden. That is a great knife. No hot spots at all. It's a beautiful knife. Guess what, guys? I got a gift. Do you know what I got? You know those production off spray that Eric Oaks, because I continue to mispronounce his name. Eric Oaks contacted me and said, hey, you know what? I have one of those Osprey, the production ones, with some micro scratches on it. He's like, I would be willing to send that to you and you can do whatever you want with, consider it a gift. And I was like, fuck yeah, I want that knife. Eric Oaks is one of the fucking nicest guys I've met in a very long time. I finally got to talk to him at length at California Custom Show. I mean, I've talked to him, but he's always been busy. That dude is one of the nicest guys you ever want to meet. Like, I talked to him for, I wish Nico was still here. I was like, you did what now? Say what? You know how much I like that knife and you didn't gift it to me? I think I'm going to have to put you in timeout. No, but I talked to him. He was one of the nicest guys. Came back, filmed the next day. He had a couple knives on his table that I swear to God, I don't know how they didn't win an award at that show. He had one of them that was like the fucking action on it. I was like, that is the best knife I've felt at the entire show. Like the entire show. Any thoughts on the Microtech SOCOM Bravo? Okay, so let's talk about Microtech then. So Anthony Marfione, while a lot of people think he's dickish, I love Anthony. He's a good dude. He's always been nice to me anytime I've talked to him. But he's one of those guys that has such a high standard that I guarantee you that those SOCOM Bravos that are coming over from overseas, that I guarantee he is looking at every one of them. So knowing Anthony and knowing how he feels about his brand, having someone and outsourcing manufacturing to someone else, I guarantee that you don't even have to worry about it. Like I mean, unless I am absolutely wrong and have made a wrong take about Anthony Marfiano, I don't think that he would be the kind of guy that would let something with his name on it that was made by someone else go through without him looking at every one of them. Like his stuff, yeah, there's errors because he has employees and stuff like that. Yes, but I would say he was probably going to be more, he's probably going to be more stringent on stuff that's coming from overseas than he will be on the stuff that's leaving his shop. So take that as you want. Like, I mean, I'd say you can't go wrong. If you like the SOCOM Delta, then you should probably get a SOCOM Bravo. Oh, hey, Benny, what's going on? Where are you going? Oh, Doug, if you're still here, I don't ring a bell like a normal person. I have a big ass cowbell with a bat. So, like, I haven't seen him, Matt. I haven't seen him yet. So I don't know if there's variation. I really didn't pay much attention to it. As far as like the, what was getting done. I saw the entire, Doug was still here. I don't have like one of those little ding, 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 ding bells when somebody makes a donation. I'm not like a normal cam girl. I got a goddamn cowbell. I was trying to get a gong, but I couldn't, like, I couldn't get it in frame. No joke, sent one back to Amazon, just so you guys know. I haven't seen the actual deltas, so I don't know if there's any variations on the knife from the original design. But as far as quality, if that's what you're asking, that's absolutely would be my take on it. Are they a nightmare grind? You guys know why I haven't done a nightmare grind knife? Because I'm fucking scared to. That's why I've never made one. But I'm thinking, I have a piece of steel in this garage here. I got a grinder in the yard. And as soon as I decide whether I have to build a fucking arc, because I don't remember it raining this many goddamn days in a row in San Diego ever in my life. I think we need to build an arc. I think God is mad. If it ever stops freaking raining, I'll get my grinder heated up and I might do a nightmare grind. What steel? I'm not going to tell you because then somebody's going to want it. I got to build Sam's knife first. I got to make Sam's knife. Sam's knife's got to get made first, and I haven't even fucking started on that. But Sam's is in 20 CV. I don't need, like I said, I bought a gong, dude. Guys, I'm not joking. I didn't buy one of them little ones like on a desktop. I bought like a fucking 2-foot gong. Problem was this, I can pick up and ring and you guys can see it because that's why it's funny, because you can see it. If I had a gong, I tried to get that shit and I'm like, I can't fuck it, because the humor of it would be pulling the gong up in front of me and gong, but it just didn't work. It didn't work. So this was my second best. Matt Morrison, I'm new to the knife world, but I'm hooked. It's all downhill from here. Technically, I hate to inform you, you're going about that in your head wrong, because as anyone else in this knife community and knife hobby can tell you, Matt, it doesn't go downhill from here. It's not like you spend less money. It never goes downhill. It's a constant uphill thing. And you got to figure out how you're going to hide the fact that you spent $1,000 on a fucking pocket knife from your wife. Because if you're smart, you will figure out a way to make it look like you only spent $1,000 when you know you spent more. I got a $5,000 knife that I sharpened the other day, and I have a $5,000 knife in a box in there. And I did a video about a $3,000 knife, and it's all from the same guy. It's Kim, the guy with the extra large. There is no downhill. It's uphill. That's why I have the cowbell, because you guys, I can't buy knives if you don't pay me. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just thought maybe the super chat button didn't work. Have you seen, there's a video of a guy. Yeah, good luck with that, Matt. Yeah, good luck. Nico can tell you. I did the math judging by, because I went through all, remember I did the full video collection of all my knives, right? It was like 7 videos long. They were like 30 minutes each. I did the math on everything that I did videos of. And I got like fucking $35,000, $40,000 worth of knives in the house based on price with inflation. I did all that math and I was like, I got to know. And I was like, good God. Even those $500 knives that I bought are like $800 knives now. With inflation. That's not talking about the increase in price because of rarity. What was that? Looks like the availability and price of Master Blaster sucks. Knife rolls. Okay, so here's the thing. There were only ever 200 of the Master Blasters. I don't know why my nose is running, but I don't have a tissue. Let me grab a tissue. Oh, God. I almost fell over. Like I said, there were only ever 200. So, what was this? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. And somebody said, sorry. Somebody said the other day, like, are you afraid to say Merry Christmas? Fuck no, I'll say Merry Christmas. But when I type up a thing that's like a notification that I'm saying Happy Holidays, that's because, well, this is a non-denominational channel. We don't all celebrate the whole holiday, the same holidays. For me, it's Christmas. For you guys, it might be Hanukkah. It might be for Nico because he's the Jehovah's Witness and they celebrate Christ every day of the year. They don't celebrate Christmas. I do understand how his religion works. And I'm not saying I want to be a Jehovah's Witness, but I'm saying I kind of understand a bunch of the shit that they're saying. What was this? I'm browsing for the native 5 salt, and my wife looks over to page $200. It is an ugly knife, though. Hey, I ain't asking her to buy it, but that'll be my most expensive one ever. I actually, while I talk about this being expensive, this is not the most expensive knife I've ever bought. I've bought several $2,000 knives. I don't own any of them anymore. My favorite was the $2,000 knife I bought, and 2 hours later had turned it into $12,000 because you offer me $12,000 for a knife. I don't care how much I like it. It's yours. Like, he's like, is that going to be for sale? And I was like, hey, for the right price, anything's for sale. And he was like, how about $12,000? It's like, that sounds like the price is right. It's yours. And I was very nervous walking around for the rest of the show because I had $12,000 in my cargo pocket of a pair of 511 pants. And I'm just walking around looking at everybody. I was like, they know I've got this money. They know I've got this money. They know I've got this money. I'm going to have to murder someone in the parking lot. Oh, I used a no-no word. I used a YouTube no-no word. I think he used Everclear in this. It's so strong. That's why there's still some left. Like, we drank it last night and I was like, I gotta go to bed, guys. I was like, kids' room is already set up. I got the blankets on it. I was like, I gotta go to bed. I was like, I am so drunk right now. And they're like, all right, we all went to bed. Woke up this morning. It's like, how you feel? I was like, no headache, no hangover. I feel great. And he was like, I left the rest of that in there. And I looked at how much was left. And I was like, there's no way. There's no way that we didn't drink all of that. How did I get that shit-faced? And there's that much left. Had to have been Everclear he put in that. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, it was Todd Rexford. Then Nico's bought a couple. Nico and I both also have fucked up and went the other way because I'll buy stuff at a show for the sole intention of selling it and then get it home and fall in love with it and keep it. And you're like, well, I guess I'm just out $900. And my wife was like, say what now? And I was like, I already cut with it. Like, it's not mint. I couldn't get what I've got. I couldn't get out of it what I've got in it because I can't sell it as mint. And she's like, you make knives, fix it. Make it look like you didn't use it. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not that. She's like, you make knives. Like, you get paid to do this. But I want to keep it. And then she's like, and she walks away. But we never hit the $1,000 mark where I kept the knife, right? She found out how much this one cost. And she's like, how much? And I was like, after shipping, it was like $1,100. And she was like, how much? I was like, San Hyoku dollar. She's like, no more knives. No more knives. And then that same weekend, I went to Blade Show West and I bought a $300 graffiti knife and brought it home for the channel and fucking kept it. She saw that and she's like, you bought? I was like, yeah. She's like, I wasn't kidding. Jordan Janayo, no more knives. And I was like, okay. But that goes back to a military thing. Do it. Keep doing it. Do it till you're told to stop. Then do it one more time just to make sure they meant it. Anybody in the military, anybody that was a military dude can tell, I'm telling you right now, that's how you do shit. You do it, keep doing it. You do it because it's easy. You do it till you're told to never do it again. And then you do it one more time just to make sure they were serious. Like if you do it and you do it and you do it and they tell you to stop, you do it one more time and they don't tell you to stop again, they really didn't mean it. They were just like, somebody was like, you should tell them to stop that. And it's like, yeah, okay. And he goes and he tells you stop. And he's like, well, I told him. Well, I'll go tell him again. But if you do it that next time and they come right back, it's like, I thought I fucking told you not to do that again. You're like, oh, sorry, I forgot. And then you never, ever, 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 ever do it again. Ever. Like, you pretend that you don't even know how to do it that way. Like, if somebody comes back, you're like, hey, we want you to do this. You're like, yeah, I'm not doing that. But he said, you need to have him come tell me he said. Like, I need him said, not you, him. Not him said from you. I need him said from him. I need him said. Well, she didn't say anything. She just walked away. And with my wife, that indicates that if I want to continue life and continue to be on this planet, I just have to not do it again. That's why I've made sure that she knows specifically when shit shows up, I didn't buy that shit. Any knives that show up, like that box of knives that Jared sent that time, I was like, I didn't buy any of this. This is all on loan. I didn't buy a fucking thing. Or I specifically tell her, I was like, look, there's a package coming from a knife company and they're sending it to me and I'm going to give it away. And she's like, oh, okay. And then she's like, let me see it. The XO was worth it. Even she was like, that's kind of cool. And I was like, here's the thing. Like, they're sending me business. They're sending me stuff. So Matt Morrison, oh, now I get it. I'm new here as well. You're a bladesmith. Now I'm catching it. I'll check it out for sure. I haven't made a knife in a while. I mean, I'm a hobbyist. I've just come across a couple designs. I'm a knife sharpener who just oh, now she farted. You're stinky. It wasn't me. No. I mean, I told her I bought it and I showed it to her. Like, I know if I'm safe, if I show her something I bought and there's that, like, you're like this, you show it to her, you pause and you're looking at her and you just want like some indication on her face that it's okay. And then I was playing with it and she saw it. She was like, I was like, it's cool, right? She goes, it's pretty cool. That was it. She hasn't asked about it, but I also have been real careful not to play with it a lot around her. Like, I'll play with it out here in the garage. I'll play with it when I'm on for a walk. I'll play with it when she's like at work. I don't play with it. Like, I don't fiddle with it around her. I just like, I have it in my pocket in that little leather slip. I'm like, it might be down here. Let me see. Did I leave it down here? I don't think so. But I know I got baked last night because there's a fucking thing of Oreos in here. I looked over and there's a thing of golden Oreos out here in the garage. And I was like, I must have got into the devil lettuce a little bit last night because I usually don't eat out here on the love seat. There's enough shit that winds up here from the cat and a dog. Grody? What's grody? Like, that's disgusting? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be disgusting. How long have we been? Jesus, it's been an hour and a half, guys. And there's still 15 people here. Go support Louder with Crowder. Go over to Crowder shop and get a mug. If you don't want to watch his show, at least give him support because he didn't need to get kicked off YouTube. I saw what he said. It wasn't that bad. I've said worse. Now they're going to be like, oh, he said worse. Fucking half my videos wind up being like, hey, how come none of my shit's up anymore? Why is my shit all demonetized? Submariner can't do it if it's not in the book. Surface Warrior, you can do that if it doesn't say not to do it in the book. Smart ass Airedale. It's better to ask forgiveness than ask permission. I will agree with that. Yeah, that's true. Submariners have to do, well, I mean, like here's the thing. If I fuck up on a ship, there's a very, very, very slim chance that we're all going to die. You fuck up on a submarine when you're all way, way, way down under the water. There's a chance that if you fuck up, everyone's going to die. There's a much greater chance down below the surface of the ocean that everyone's going to die than there is up above because, well, I float. You know what I mean? Something's running. And I can't tell what it is. Well, guys, it's coming up towards the end of the evening. Do you guys want to keep doing this or hey, I can definitely see my eyeballs are all glossy. Who all still here? Let's do a sound up. I can't see. There's other stuff I can do with this. Like, if I put this here, technical difficulties. There's other stuff I can do with some of the stuff, but I just don't want to fuck around with anything on this, like the background and stuff. Been enjoying this stream. Well, I'm glad you have, because it's kept my mind off the fact that my wife and kid are gone. I mean, that's kind of why I was going to do it. Guys, I've said it so many times, and I hope you guys understand this. Some people are like, how come the live feeds, he doesn't talk about knives very much. I do knife content for you guys, and I enjoy it, and I love it. And we interact there, and it's formed kind of a bond between all of us. And so my favorite thing is I now can do this and we can all interact. So now we formed the bond on the recorded videos and we all talk. And this is how I can just like record. I can interact with you guys in real time. So those recorded videos, those are for you guys. The live feeds are for me. I love these. I enjoy this. It's fun. I enjoy the interaction with you guys and reading your comments and stuff like that. I don't know what alarm that is, but I've got to go turn that off. Oh. I already did it. So I gave the dog a bath today, and I have one of those shower heads that has a little slide button that turns the water off. So you can, like, I don't have to turn the water on and off every time while I'm rinsing the dog off and then turning it on and off. And so I'm famous for turning the water off with the button while I'm washing my hair or something like that, and then rinse off, and I turn it off, and then like while I'm drying off before I close the valve, and I'll leave it that way. And the shower head leaks, and I'll come in and I'm like, What's there? Oh, I forgot to turn the fucking valve off again. So I set the timer because I gave the dog a bath earlier in the master bathroom where there's a sliding doors broke because I could get her back in the corner. And I take showers in the other bathroom because you can't move the sliding door. And so I'm like, I'm sure I'm going to forget because I'm a pothead. I was like, I'm sure I'm going to forget to turn that fucking valve off again. So I set an alarm for myself that was supposed to go off a very long time ago to check the valve. But I remember checking it specifically. Take the pew pew. I'm sure the ghosts aren't 40 S&W proof. I'm pretty sure they are. Plus, my neighbor uses his garage as a fucking kitchen, as a living room too. And his couch is right up against the wall back here. And I really don't want to put a hole through there and their couch and my neighbor. I'm sorry, something popped up on the news I was watching. Turkey's done. The dog is laying all the way over there now. I'm going to go hang on a second. I'm going to go turn that camera off. Oh, wait, hang on a second. We can, there's the dog. There's TV, the workstation. There's the Christmas tree. Let's go ahead and take care of that right there. Stop. Nah, like I said, I'm pretty sure we're good. 21 people. We went down to like 12, and then there was a bunch more people came in. Well, I'll stick around for a little bit. I don't want to run it more than 2 hours, guys. I mean, this is you guys' holidays. Lots of witch sightings and weird shit from my family on Christmas. Or are we talking about the house being haunted again? Midwest Knife Club. Yeah, I got to like I said, I FaceTime with my daughter. They woke up and I was talking to them. And then my daughter had to go to the doctor's office. And here's the thing: in Japan, Christmas isn't a holiday. I don't know if you guys know that. So they're over there. So my daughter had a doctor's appointment and she was going skating and stuff. So my daughter texted me. She's like, yeah, I got a bunch of stuff I'm doing today. So, Merry Christmas. I'm not gonna be able to FaceTime you. I was like, great. That doesn't help me feel any better about this. But then my wife calls me and I answered the phone. She FaceTimed me from her mother's phone. And I was like, hey, what's up? And she was like, the ramen shop you went to in Long Beach, what was the name of it? I was like, oh, I don't remember. She's like, okay, Merry Christmas. Bye. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? I'm like, hey, that's not cool. KFC on Christmas. That is a Japanese thing. It's absolutely a Japanese thing. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm fucking cool with it. Because KFC in Japan is still really, really good. It's not like KFC here in the States where, well, it's garbage. I'd much rather have Popeyes. But I'm not going to lie to you. Fucking, yeah, Christmas dinner is KFC. It's fucking amazing. And then there's an entire meal that you have, a specific meal you have to cook for New Year's. Every year that the wife and I were in Japan, that we were married, there was a specific meal that you had to have. And there was like miso soup with cabbage and stuff like that all in it. And it was just, it was great. What was this? I use a Roku to watch my TV. I don't think YouTube counts me as a viewer if I'm watching, but not active in the chat. I don't know. But on the live feeds, I don't care. As long as people are having fun, I'll do them. Like, if I'm in a good mood, I'll do a live feed with 2 people. I don't know if you've noticed lately, I haven't been in a good mood. So like if there's a handful of people, I'll stick around, but I was in a good mood when we started this one. So yeah. Yeah. She was like, what was the name of the ramen shop that you went to that was like $40 and you were all upset and it took forever to get your food? And I was like, oh, I don't remember. She's like, oh, okay. All right. Merry Christmas. Love you. Bye. And I was like, I guess they're busy. I don't know. So Aiden, you say you want mochi, but do you want actual mochi, or do you want what everybody thinks of mochi with like the cake? It's wrapped around the cake or it's wrapped around ice cream? Because mochi is just the gooey shit that's on the outside, and we put that shit in a bowl with a sweet red bean soup, and eat it like that, and it's amazing. And we have that every year for New Year's. I just got to figure out how to. I got to figure out how to make it. The soup. But I will tell you, the soup, you have to, like, I have rusty nails and we keep them. And I specifically have nails that I've kept that are dirty, nasty, rust. They're not dirty because you wash them. You have to put rusty nails in it or it doesn't taste right. I'm not kidding. The soup that you put on top of the mochi with the red beans, the sweet red bean, you have to put rusty nails in the soup when you cook it, or it just does not taste right. She tried it and she was like, oh, Coogie eat it. And I was like, what? She's like, you need a rusty nail. And I was like, are you serious? And I tasted it. I was like, that's not that good. This is Coogie eat it. And I was like, all right. And so I went digging around some shit that I had, and I found like a rusty piece of like a rusty nut and a rusty wood screw and a nail. And she was like, oh, Suri, that'll work. She threw it in the soup inside inside cheesecloth and put it in the soup and cooked it in. I'm not gonna lie. Later, she was like, taste it. I was like, yeah, that's like at the store. That's like at a restaurant. That's exactly what it's supposed to taste like. She said, so Coogie eat it. You need the nails. I'm like, that's fucking weird. Tetanus is a bacteria, and tetanus, after you get up above, I think 70 degrees Celsius, dies. So yeah, you're good. The tetanus tastes great. But yeah, that's exactly. I'm not at all joking. We were at we would go to her parents when we were stationed down south. Her parents were close enough. We would go every weekend. I loved to go. We went sometimes in the middle of the week. It's like a 2-hour drive. And we would go up on like Tuesday or Wednesday. And then I would sleep until like 4 a.m. and then I'd get her up and we'd drive home. We would basically just go up on like a Tuesday, and like 4 a.m. I would get up, wake her up. We get in the car. She'd sleep the rest of the way, and I would drive us back home, and I'd go to work. I loved going to our parents' house. We would go every weekend we could. And so New Year's, we always spent it with her parents. Jesus, that's a long, come on, man. You took us on a long trip to get the point of what you were doing, which was telling you the first time she ever cooked it was when we lived up near Tokyo, because we had always eaten New Year's dinner at her parents' house for the 2 years we were down there that we were married. So I'm saying, I took you on a long trip, but that's what the cannabis does. Sorry. I had a coworker that brought some from a trip. Yeah, it's so good. There's another way to cook it, which is you boil it, and then you boil it. Yeah, you boil it and you put it with this. It's a powder that's made from not poi, it's like a sweet potato starch, and you mix that with sugar and you put it on it, and it's pretty good. But my favorite way to have mochi is baked, when it gets all brown on top and it's all bubbled up and it's got crispy parts. Oh, it's fucking good. So fucking good. Yeah, you're absolutely right. KFC sucks. I'd much rather have Popeyes. And I'm going to tell you, like, you guys can argue with me. You know, the chicken sandwich wars? There was a very clear winner and a very clear loser. And the winner was Popeyes. And the loser was McDonald's, because that shit they sold me was not a crispy. It was not crispy. I'm not 100% sure it was chicken. technically those soggy buns could have turned it into a sandwich, but I was like, what the fuck, McDonald's? How do you get burgers so good and fuck up chicken? Just down the road here, 13th Street. So when the wife and I lived down here in Chula Vista the first time, I went all the way down because that was the closest KFC at the time. Was come down Imperial Beach. It's like a couple exits, go down to Imperial Beach, California, and grab chicken and brought it back. And we had chicken for Christmas dinner that first year when we lived down there. When I first got to Mobile, where Doug was, if he's still here. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I was like, well, we're not doing that again. And then I found out there's Popeye's chicken. Well, then we moved. Church's, I have a Church's chicken right around the corner. It's delicious. We had that. My wife asked me what I wanted for my birthday. And I was like, I'm good with Church's chicken. And she's like, really? I was like, yeah. Don't sweat going and getting shit. I was like, don't sweat making something. I was like, don't sweat it. I'll drive up there. It's right there. It's literally, I could walk there. Nika's seen it. It's like literally 2 stoplights from here. And they're close stoplights. They're really close together. And I just go up and go on a corner. So I go up and I got it. And she was like, well, that's actually pretty good. Church's they don't use enough pepper or something. There's something missing, but it's good. It's still really good. Their chicken sandwiches are good. Their chicken sandwiches still beat McDonald's. So my ranking was Popeyes, then Chick-fil-A, then Jack in the Box, then Wendy's, then McDonald's. McDonald's was like, I was like if there was other restaurants, I'm pretty sure if there were other restaurants I'd went to, I would have had them in between Wendy's or Jack in the Box, Jack in the Box and McDonald's. There would have been a bigger gap. I mean, they still would have wound up at the bottom. Popeyes is good. Popeyes is good. Like I said, the Church's chicken right up here around the corner is really good. They're too, like I said, somebody was like, just get whatever you want. We'll eat. I was like, how much chicken do you guys want? Because I'm going to eat a lot of chicken. It's my birthday. And my favorite thing in the fucking world is second day cold fried chicken. She's like, oh, you need to warm it up? I was like, no, like cold fried chicken. It's one of my favorite things in the world. She was like, you're fucking weird. And I was like, there's the English that I taught you. And so we ate chicken and she was like, actually, this is really good. But when I was going through the drive-thru, I ordered chicken. I ordered enough that we could have some and I'd have some for the next day, but I didn't want to spend like a ton of fucking money. And I got up there and I saw fried okra and I was like, I need 2 large orders of fried okra. And she's like, you need anything else? And I was like, oh yeah, the chicken. I hadn't had fried okra in years. I was like, I saw fried okra and I was like, I'm eating a lot of fried okra. The good thing, the next day, my poop was all lubricated. Just slid right out. Rip. I'm viewing Christmas Mass, Mike and everyone. So Merry Christmas. Love the chat. Diver Dave, Merry Christmas. Or whatever holiday you're celebrating. I was thinking about doing the live feed from my car tonight, but I would have had to take the dog and I would have had to film because I don't leave her here. She's pretty lonely. Okay, I don't leave her here because I'm pretty lonely. But the fact is, what I was going to do was I was going to take you guys down the road because now we live super close to that place that we go to every year and film at where they have the crazy, like all the rose bushes are covered with Christmas lights. Like it's lit up to the point where, like, when you walk up, you're like, I can feel the heat off those lights. So there was a couple reasons. One, like I said, I didn't want to have to take the dog and I would have had to take the dog because I'm lonely. And 2, it's something my daughter and I have always done. And I just don't want to do it without her. I might feel different about it tomorrow. I may take you guys out there. I may just film it. I don't think I'm going to record. I was going to set up the tripod and everything so I could film in the car and take you out there and take you on the trip. But there's a couple reasons I don't want to. One, well, I'm pretty sure how the stalker found me the first time because I filmed a couple videos in time lapse. It took you all the way from my house to the shop. And pretty sure that's what happened. And 2, well, it's just a pain in the ass. I'd rather just take the camera and film it because I'd have to talk on the live feed if I take it. So is Lee's a national chain? I think Lee's is only an Ohio thing, and it's not even an all of Ohio thing. I don't remember seeing a Lee's south of New London. The last time, that's one of those things that my dad and I used to do when we go on fishing tournaments. He was like, tell me when you see the first Lee's. I'm like, all right. There it is. See one. I think it was, if I remember right, New London. And he goes, all right, that's where the line is. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, well, that's the franchise line. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, oh, it's a joke that we always make. When we drive up and down, we keep track of how far south Lee's Chicken is making it. Because we call it the franchise line. And I was like, are you talking about you and Eckleberry and Wolf? And I'm like, yeah. And I was like, you know what I find frightening? At 17 years old, you guys are all legally allowed to run for president. That was a conversation my dad and I had in the car on going to a fishing tournament. That was literally 2 weeks before I left for boot camp. That was the last fishing trip my father and I ever made. And that was the joke that I made, which was, it terrifies me that the four of you are allowed to run for president. You're legally allowed to. You can go purchase a sharp object to scrape your face. That terrifies me. What's that? Oh, the Fisher knives are amazing. That's the third one. Kim was in here. The owner, he sent me two this time, but previously he sent me the XL, which was basically a folding short sword. And I was like, that fucking thing is amazing. For as big as it was really, you should go back and watch it. Oh God, it was so good. I had it on the live feed. I think I showed it. It started raining again. I just heard, I can hear it. Yep, it's raining. It was so good for as big as it was. And it was so light compared to how big, like I let my friend handle it. It was like, how is this so late? I actually was talking with Todd Fisher. I'm trying to get him on a podcast. Sent him a link to the video. I was like, they're so good. They're so good. So fucking good. Oh, Lee's Chicken is good. Lee's Chicken is really good. And that's, like I said, when we would go up to, we used to fish off of, was it Bass Island up there? We would go up to a fishing tournament twice a year off of Bass Island up there. It was up there on Lake Erie. Big, there was two of them. There was a big and a small Bass Island, I think. And we used to go up there, and that's where we'd fish. We'd run out there, run out across the lake while it was good and calm, and then fight the fucking waves all the way back if it got windy, because you had to like go out around the one side. There was a good fishing spot that we had found. Won that tournament a couple times. Bass Island. What we were fishing for? Walleye. No, we were fishing for bass. Sorry. Dino, have you been on one of my live feeds before? If you haven't, welcome. That's all I got. Just saying hi. I was watching. Okay, so I watched. I don't know if you guys are probably going to disagree with me. Have you guys all watched? Just throw yeses. Have you guys watched the movie Everybody Wants Some? The baseball movie, the college baseball movie. It's like the spiritual sequel to Dazed and Confused. So just a quick yes or no if you've seen it. Just throw any. If you've seen it, throw in a yes. No? Okay, so if you guys have seen it, some of you might agree with my buddy, and some of you haven't seen it. You should go rent it on. It is my favorite movie, hands down, that I've seen in a very long time, because it's hilarious. There's a character in that movie called Finn, and everyone that has ever watched that movie with me goes, dude, you're fucking Finn. And I'm like, what? And they're like, bro, that's you. Like when he's talking about, like, they're like, he's like, well, we'll talk about you fucking thinking all the time. It's like, I actually don't think all that much. I just talk a lot. It's like the jazz improv. You're invited. And I watched them. So they told me about it and they kept telling me about this movie and I hadn't seen it. I watched the movie and I was like, my friends that had seen it. And then I watched the movie with some friends who watched it with me and were like, bro, that's you. You're that guy. That's the guy. And so I watched the movie and I was like, I don't see it. And then all my friends were like, no, that's fucking you. That's you to a T. Like, that has to be your father. They had to have based that character on your father because there's no way it could be that close to you without it having been your father that they based that character off of. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's a great movie. I watch it all the time. There's a handful of movies that like I've been where you guys weren't watching and when I walked away and shit, I've been hitting the wax pen, but I'll do it again. We just don't tell them what it is. Ooh. So I've watched it so much. There's a handful of movies that I watch when I get into that. Oh, I'm a little baked. The Warriors. That's one of my go-tos. Death Race 2000. David Carradine. It's a hand grenade. He's got a grenade built into his hand. And you're like, Everybody Wants Some, Dazed and Confused. Those movies, I will watch and rewatch those. But there's a movie that everyone should watch. If you haven't seen it, Nico, I keep telling Nico he has to watch it. There's a movie everyone has to watch, not for the plot, not for the movie, but because this movie has the single most incredible soundtrack of any movie. Like if you think of the 1980s and you don't immediately think of every song that plays on the soundtrack for Christian Slater in Pump Up the Volume, then you lived the wrong life. And I'm sorry for you because that movie has the most incredible fucking soundtrack of any movie that was ever made in the 80s. When I think of the 80s, I think of Pump Up the Volume. Right? Atomic Blonde. No, that's a good movie, but like the best soundtrack in any movie I've ever seen that fits the time frame, fits the movie so cleanly is that. And my sister, I had it on cassette because so when I left for the Navy, I had a CD player. It was a remote, but like it was one of the first CD players that you could buy, one of the first portables that you could like plug into and then stick the cassette thing into your Pioneer tape deck with the removable face. And I had that soundtrack on cassette. And it was so good that I played it. I wore it out. Like I fucking wore the tape out while I was in high school. Bought another one, left it, and my sister wore it out. That's how good it was. Here's the thing. It's one of the best 80s movies. Like Christian Slater did Gleaming the Cube, which was a good, fun movie. But then he did that Pump Up the Volume, and he plays a kid that like moved out to the middle of nowhere in the desert, like out into the middle of the desert. It's like late 80s, early 90s. So they move out to the desert. He basically starts his own radio station. The FAA come out and they're fucking like chasing him, all this shit. And it's a fun movie, but the soundtrack. You ready for this? You can't buy the soundtrack anywhere. The soundtrack is no longer available. My sister, like, I sent her a text probably once a month, and I was like, why the fuck can't you buy the soundtrack? She's like, are we going with this again? Like, I'll talk to her on the phone. I was like, why can't you? She's like, is this the soundtrack thing again? I was like, of course it's the soundtrack thing again. So tonight, my Christmas present to myself, we have 6 minutes left. My Christmas present to myself. Well, I mean, we might go a little long. If you guys want to hang out, I'll hang out a little bit longer, but I'm going to look up the listing for the soundtrack from that movie which is no longer in print. You can't buy it on CD. You can't buy it digitally. You can't buy a cassette. And I'm going to download every one of those songs from Apple iTunes, from iMovie or Apple Music. And I'm going to pay for them if I have to. That's my Christmas present to myself. That's what I'm doing. Like, yeah, it's crazy. It's like the best soundtrack. There are still 22 people here that absolutely have family around them that should be spending time with them, and they're spending time with me. And I'll tell you what, I'm fucking flattered. I love you guys. I'm not drunk. Just don't get that wrong. Just being honest. I love you guys. I say it in all the videos, and I think people think it's just a tagline. I don't. Like, the fact is that everyone here supports this channel in some fashion or other. And the fact is you're willing to support and help me do. I fucking make knife videos, guys. I make knife videos. There's so many other things I could be doing, but this is what I'm passionate about. And the fact is that you guys are passionate about it too. And you're helping me work towards turning it into something I can do for money and get paid and make a living at it. You know what I mean? Like, how cool is that? I thought getting to make knives was going to be like the coolest thing. No. I've got people, you guys pay me to fuck around with knives. I was going to do it anyway. You know what I mean? It's just fucking funny. You know what I mean? Like, I think about it. I was like, even if you guys weren't here, do you know what I'd be doing? I'd be at that workbench over there with the light that's above it, the only light that's out here in the garage, with a knife apart, fiddling with it at 9:30 at night. You know why I know that? Because before I started filming it, that's what I was fucking doing. Oh, no. Oh, no. I hope you get better. And I can't say any of the things that I really, 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 really want to say right now because YouTube doesn't like them. So I hope you're okay, and I hope you do well. That took some willpower right there. Hey, Stacy, I wanted to ask you, has anyone talked to Mr. John Robbins? Panic? Grateful Panic? Has anyone talked to him? I have not seen him go live. I haven't got a notification of a video or anything, and I'm starting to get worried. I was trying to text him, and I haven't heard anything. So if you have heard anything, please let me know. I'm going to go refill this. Rico told me last night, he's like, it kind of settles in. And you're like, yeah, I know. That jungle juice he made. I love those guys. They're hilarious. Really? I didn't get a notification. Those guys are hilarious. I love them. I was like, here's the thing, guys. I love you both. If you guys get drunk and turn into those ostentatious gay people, we're going to have to call you a cab and send you somewhere and find you a hotel. They were like, what? And I was like, I have another friend that came over, and him and his husband had been day drinking, and they came in and they were drunk and they're like crying and laughing. I love them to death, but it was just hilarious. I was like, you guys have got to go back to your hotel, because they were staying down. They're rich. They're rich. And they come down like every month or so, and they spend a night at the Hotel Del and then do the champagne brunch. And they had done that, and then they spend the night that night, and then they go back the next morning. And so they came down after champagne brunch, drunk, to my house here, because I'm just literally around the corner, like fucking 5-10 minutes. And these two show up, and they are drunk. And I was like, how much food did you guys eat at the champagne brunch? And they're like, none. And I was like, oh, goody. Last video listed for Grateful Panic was 11 days ago. Oh, okay. So he was on Stevie's. Are you coming back up? All right, come on. Oh, you're going to stay there? Okay. So the last time he uploaded. But if he was on with Stevie, was he on Stevie's channel? because that makes sense. I forgot to turn this. I fucking hooked this all up, set this fan in front of this thing, and forgot to turn it on. There we go. Now I forget what we were talking about. I'm watching Mike's knives and putting scales on a knife he hates. Let me guess. Knife I hate. Fair and Forge Scepter. Or an Emerson. Or a Benchmade. Or a Spyderco. Yeah, he was driving. That was fun when we did the thing. Like, let's get an update. Come on up. Guys, I don't know if we're going to be able to do the kind up. Come on up. You can come up, babe. You don't have to sit there with your, she'll sit there with her chin on the couch and look at me like, tell me I can come up. But I tell her she can come up like 8 fucking times. She just sits there and looks at me like, hey, what the fuck do you want? I don't know what you want. Not the dog whisperer. Guys, I'm going to go fill this up. I don't know. That might be a good. I'm going to go fill this up. And I'll come back and we'll stay on as long as you get. But don't go anywhere. I am coming back. But I am going to go fill this up. And we'll come back and I'll see what you guys want to talk about. So give me some ideas of things you would like to talk about. Because, well, you guys can ask me questions. I'll tell you a story when we get back if you want. I have a good one. I have a really good one, but you have to remind me when I come back because I guarantee I'm going to forget because I've been hitting that goddamn wax pen. You have to remind me to tell you the Smiles story. Guys, I have to tell you, I have to admit something to you. You guys ready for this? Did you guys leave? 20? No, you can't. You guys stayed. Holy shit, you did. I have to admit something to you guys. I walked in there and I filled my glass up with that freaking jungle juice that Rico made last night. And I was fighting with the drawer inside the refrigerator. And when I got done, I had lost track. And I was like, I should go take a leak while I'm at it. And I was taking a leak. I was like, wait a second. And because I was like, oh, my guest is probably still talking. Like, my guest's still talking, right? My guest is still talking. I'm standing there taking a leak. And I was like, wait a second. You're doing this by yourself. No one logged in. Ah, shit. I figured I'd come back and be like 3 people here. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Spyderco and Benchmade. Well. We all meet again. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Breeze, how are you? What is this? I don't know what we're doing. Oh, it's like Breeze Ratchford. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to all you guys. It's officially Christmas there. Yeah, it's officially Christmas back home in Ohio. Like I said, I'm not celebrating anything special. We got a Christmas tree. I got my dog. Turned the camera off over there. Oh my God. What's up? What was this? I showed up and was like, is he here? Well, I've been getting into the wax pen, and I had my friend and his husband here, and he made this batch of like Sprite and cranberry juice, and I'm pretty sure it's Everclear because my ears are really hot and I only had one glass. Like I bet, Breeze, since you were here, I woke up this morning and I was like, man, I got shit faced last night. They were like, yeah, so did we. And I looked at how much of the juice that we had drank was left. I was like, how is there that much left? Like, how the fuck did we get that drunk on that little? And then, so now I'm thinking about it. I was like, ooh, I'm pretty sure he put Everclear in that. I'm pretty sure it was like 100% alcohol. What does every kid require? 20 AAAs, 10 AAs. I'm going broke just in batteries. Oh my God. My dad's least favorite thing, because my mother would make him stay up. Growing up, my dad was a diesel mechanic and he worked all kinds of weird shifts. Their swing shift at the shop was weird. You guys ready for this? It was 2 days, 2 swings, 2 days off. I'm sorry. It was 2 days, 2 swings, a day off, 2 nights. Right back in, like then he would get a day off. So it rotated through. That was their swing shift. They were like, no, it rotates. I'm like, what the fuck? So my dad would work 2 days, 2 swings, have a day off, work 2 nights, have a day off, and then right back into the 2 days, 2 swings, day off, 2 nights. Fuck, I didn't know who my father was. When I was a kid growing up, I didn't know who my father was or what day the fuck he was going to be there. You never fucking knew. And then my sister was born and he became like higher up, and then he basically just worked days. But like when I was a little kid, until I was like 5 or 6, I didn't know I didn't know who that dude, like every once in a while a dude with a big beard showed up and I'm like, oh, who's that guy? Because there literally was only like 2 days that I ever really got to see him. Because when he worked swings, he would sleep during the day, and because he worked 3 to 11. So he would sleep during the day, part of it, or he'd be out doing something. I never really saw him. So the only times I really saw him was when he had his days off. So there was only 2 days a week I ever saw the fucking dude. And I was terrified of it. So that's what I was saying. So I was like 6. I don't know who the fuck my dad was. I just knew there was a big burly looking dude with a beard that showed up like every few days. Like, that guy's here again. He's going to yell about me being loud. Like, who is this guy, Ma? Oh, that's dangerous. That doesn't even taste like it has alcohol in it. You know, when you drink and you reach the point where you can't taste the alcohol anymore, you're like, that sets precedence for the way the evening's going to go from there. Like that's like, either I'm going to stop, go to bed, or I'm going to wake up with people trying to get me off my roof because I'm fishing. Shut up, bitch. The fish is biting. It's 2:00 in the morning. You're on your roof in your underwear, Mr. Emler. Oh, sorry. I thought I was on a boat. That's never actually happened that you guys know about. I can get some batteries from Harbor Freight and watch the kids get real disappointed in about 84 seconds. My mom told my dad she wanted to get me. My dad told me this story later. He's like, your mother You remember that little remote control car you had? I was like, oh yeah, the one with the turbo, the fast one. And he's like, yeah, the one you broke like within like a month. And I was like, yeah, I love that thing. He was like, yeah, your mother talked me into getting you this fucking crazy, expensive remote control car. And I was like, well, how many batteries does it take? And she's like 6. And he tells me, he's like, so I said, that can't be that bad. She's like, well, but you can't just use regular batteries. And he goes, can't what now? He's like, you got to buy these batteries. And he's like, how much are those batteries? She's like, well, they're 100. You had to buy a whole brick of the nickel. I can't remember what the fucking rechargeable batteries. So you had to buy a whole brick of them because they didn't have like battery cells. And so she's like, she tells me I got to buy this entire thing with the charger. He's just like, it's $100. I'm like, it's as expensive as the car. And she's like, well, it won't run on regular batteries. And he goes, but we already bought that. And she was like, yeah, so we have to get the batteries. He goes, but why didn't we buy one that used regular fucking batteries? But he was like, in the long run, because my neighbor bought the one my dad was talking about that would run on regular batteries. And he was like, hey, that remote control car you had, he's like, so I complained about how much batteries were. He's like, but I talked with a neighbor about how much he spent on batteries for that kid's car. And he's like, man, that kid had that car for like a week and I spent like $40 on batteries. My dad looked at me and goes, remember when his remote control car got run over? And I was like, yeah. He goes, yeah, it wasn't no accident. NiCad. It was NiCad batteries. Exactly. So guys, this is what I'm like if I was having a conversation with my father, this is what it would be like. I'm channeling my father. I'm a medium. Did I ever tell you guys the story about the time I made a bomb in the basement? You guys want to hear that one? That's a good one. Tell me if you've already heard it, because I get drunk and it's a little bit toasty and then I forget what I've told you guys. Not gonna lie. Does anyone ever see Untold Crime and Penalties on Netflix? It's about Thrasher minor league hockey teams. It's no good. Really? I've been watching Top Gear. So, and I mean Top Gear UK, which is Top Gear UK is amazing. It's one of the best shows ever made. I just don't understand why they took it off the air. I don't give a shit what Jeremy did. Like, put that shit back on, because that shit was funny. The thing they have on Amazon it's okay. What story was I going to tell? Oh, the bomb in the basement. One of my father's favorite stories to tell. And I mean, he did it until I went home for Christmas the year before my father got sick. And took my daughter, and they had a big pig picking. They smoked pig and everything. And my father told this story then. And I mean, he told it my dad's friend, Scott, I know he's heard this story 1,000 times, because my dad was like me. He'll tell the same story over and over and over until you tell him fucking stop. Like, hey, guess what? We fucking heard that one. Because if it strikes me as funny, I'll tell it over and over and over again. So at any rate, my father loved to tell this story about one time. So when I was a kid, I was rambunctious at best. Like when my mother told me one time, she's like, I hope when you have kids, they act just like you. I was like, what the fuck? Why would you say that out loud to anyone? That's fucking horrible. So my father came home one time and caught me in the final stages of building, positioning, and igniting a bomb that I had made out of a glass 7-Up bottle, a paper towel, candle wax, and black powder in the basement. I took one of them big, you remember the big, tall 7-Up bottles that were like the knee-high, like we called them knee-highs because if you were a kid, that's how tall they were, the big, long, skinny ones. I think they were a pint. The big tall pints, the long pints. And so I took one of those, I filled it with gunpowder, right? And then I took a paper towel and I twisted it to make a fuse. And then I lit a candle and I dripped wax. And as I was dripping wax, I crushed gunpowder into the wax to make a waterproof fuse. Brilliant. It's down in the basement. I struck the match and my father kicked me. I did not realize how big that man's feet were. Kicked my entire ass across the garage, or the basement, I mean. Clear up against the wall. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? And so my father gets to this point in the story. He's like, so I walk down the steps. There's that little asshole. He's in the corner of the basement and he's got a match. And I look and he's got a glass bottle. And I'm looking at it and he's got a lighter. This little motherfucker's trying to light this goddamn fuse that he made. And I just ran down the steps. He's like, I kicked his ass across the basement. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, boy? He said, a little cocksucker looks at me and says, building a bomb. He's like, I looked at him. I said, in the fucking basement? He said, that little bastard looked at me, fucking didn't even blink, was like, well, it's raining outside. He's like, you know what? Oh, cocksucker was right. It was raining, but he was building a fucking bomb in the basement. He would tell that story every time I would come home. It didn't matter if he had told that person the same story 8 times. He would tell that fucking story to everyone that would listen every time I came home. And then he'd be like, well, that was before. He was young then. It's like, I tell you about the time a little cocksucker make a pipe bomb. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Did you hear that one too? When I was in high school, I had a handful of friends that came over and are like, hey, we got an idea. And I was like, well, what's your idea? I said, well, we want to do this and you have a welder. And I'm like, sounds like I'm an accomplice. Because everything you're telling me, well, that sounds fun. We took a piece of 1/2-inch pipe. We threaded the cap on. This is steel pipe, mind you. Drilled a hole about 2 inches, 3 inches down from the other cap where the threads were. And then welded. We welded that end cap on. Real good. And then took a file. We filed off all the threads off the top piece of pipe. And then we took a cap and we welded a piece of cable to it and then welded it back, or a piece of wire, a piece of cable. So we had the cap and we welded a piece of cable back to the piece of pipe so the top would stay on. We filed all those threads down into like an angle. And then we would fill that all but that far with gunpowder. And we would take a hammer, we'd pound that cap on real tight, and we'd tie a rope around it, and we would leave it somewhere. And we'd leave a fucking three-minute piece of cannon fuse in it and stick it down in the hole and light it, and then run back behind whoever's car and pretend we didn't know what was going on and just stand there. And when it blew, the cap wouldn't hit anyone because it was welded to the piece of cable that was attached to the piece of pipe. And it was all tied off with the string. That thing would blow and it would set off car alarms and rattle windows. And we would grab the rope and we'd pull it back to the car, we'd put it in the trunk, and we would take the fuck off. And we did that for my entire senior year. From town to town, all across the dial. If you guys can remember the WKRP in Cincinnati thing, we did that all over southeastern Ohio for a year. And I came home and my buddy, who was in the Navy as well, was back on leave at the same time. And he tells my father the story about the thing that we had done. Keep in mind, when I was in high school, my father was a cop. My father was a police officer. And so My friend's telling this story and I'm sitting like this, like I'm here, like I'm you guys, and I see my father doing this. He didn't know. So my friend tells him this story, and my dad's looking at me. He's like, so you're telling me that you made a pipe bomb with my Lincoln welder, a federal offense, with my house and my welder, and then took said item all over the county and several other counties and set off said explosive device, knowing that I could also suffer consequences for this? And I was like, I didn't really think about any of that shit. He goes, I fucking knew that you had something to do with it, because the day you left, it never happened again. And I was like, well, you're cops. You get deductive. Like that's, he's like, I don't want to look at you right now. He looked, he's like, he was at the kitchen table. He's got a newspaper and he's like, I don't want to look at you right now. And pulls the newspaper out and just keeps reading. I was like, we're going to go down to Ninth Street Tavern. I'll see you later tonight. We're going to go get a beer downtown. See you later, Pop. Yeah. That was exactly like, he was like, he did what now? With my welder in my yard on my property. I will tell you that my father was the kind of guy that if I came home and I had the shit beat out of me and I didn't say a word and walk past him, he was going to come to my room and he's like, I want to know who that was, because we're going to go talk to their parents. But if I came home and I had this shit beat out of me and I was running my mouth, I do this and I do, he was like, had that one coming, didn't you? Yeah. Because if I came home and it was one I didn't earn, I was a lot more likely to be quiet about it. Just try and slide by. He's like, well, what happened to your eye? And I'd have to explain it to him. No, just noise. Just noise. I mean, like I said, we took that cap and then we had basically taken all the threads off the top with a file, like tapered it. So you had to pound it on. So it would only build up so much pressure. We definitely used way, way, way more gunpowder than we needed to, but it made a big cloud. So it was cool. My dad caught me making a bomb in the yard out of a 2-liter Coke bottle, plastic one, and the works drain cleaner and a pie pan. And he was like, why? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you don't need to count to 10 or some shit? What the fuck? I wish my sister was here. She'd be like, oh, great. You've turned into our father. God, I miss that man. Wow, you guys are sticking around listening to me tell stories about my dad. You want to hear another story about my dad? I don't know whether to fucking laugh or cry half the time when I talk about my dad on Christmas, but I will tell you another story about my father. So I grew up in an area called Plainfield. What was this? Wait, I was afraid of going home because my bike got stolen. I stole her bike to the way home. NAF Sergeant, how are you, sir? Well, sir, I won't call you sir because you work for a living. Obviously, you're a sergeant. Oh, Smiles. Oh, you guys want to hear that one? So I will tell you this story and then remind me to tell you the story about any story about my dad. The elementary school story. So anyway, so Smiles. So anybody that was in the Navy can tell you when you pull into the Philippines, there's a few things that happen. There's places you go. So we pull into the Philippines and there's this game that gets played at bars. And everybody sits down and you pay the girl. Of course, that you have to understand this is a pay for pleasure kind of a fucking deal. At any rate. So this was back in the day when it was a little bit more acceptable. I'm old. Don't forget, I'm almost 50. So we pull in, and I had been stuck doing some stuff on the ship, and my roommate was out, and we had agreed that he was going to hang out till I showed up. We were going to meet up at this bar. And so I had gotten tied up with stuff. I show up at the bar, and they're already playing a game called Smiles. So Smiles is a game where you all sit at a table, and a female employee of the establishment crawls under the table and randomly goes from patron to patron and issues them, how do I say this without being in YouTube's no-no zone, a mouth hug. That I think we all understand what I'm trying to say. And so if you smile and you get caught, you have to buy a round of drinks for everyone, right? It's fair. So I walk up, and they are in the middle of a game of Smiles, and I can see from the angle that I'm at, because there's an opening, that my roommate is trying very hard not to smile. And I look down, and I see the rump area of said individual that was supposed to be a female, and I saw that they were, how do I stay in YouTube's green zone? Smuggling plums. There we go. That's a good one. So we're smuggling plums. I took the point of my very pointy, I'm a hillbilly, cowboy boots, and I gently nudged said plums. And there was two screams. There was one, the plum owner, which was muffled, and there was a very loud one from my roommate who was getting a mouth hug. And so not only was he mad because certain areas of his very familiar zone were a little sore, but also because he had to buy everyone around because they knew exactly who had lost. You know what I mean? There you go. That's the that's the Smiles story. I mean, I think I kept that. Was that Christmas Eve appropriate? Did I keep it? Did I keep it under the line? I mean, YouTube's not like, I don't want my channel to get taken down. Guys, I would appreciate if all 6,000 plus of you, like if my channel disappears tomorrow and you find another one with my face like this, like as the channel logo, go click on that one, because that's me. And I just had to restart because I had a live feed and jungle juice on Christmas Eve. Right? No, actually the best, go over to AVE and watch his Christmas reading. It's brilliant. It is brilliant, and I understand why he has as many subscribers as he does. It is brilliant. And I watched it, and I'm like, that's my dad got reincarnated as a Canadian. So my dad, you know what? We'll just tell dads. We'll tell stories about my dad, because my dad passed away on Christmas. I'll tell you a story that involves my dad and Japan. So my dad bought this brand new fishing boat while I was gone. And so I came home. I joined the Navy when I was 17. I came home, I was like 19 or so from overseas. And like the fishing trip thing, we never got to go. But my dad was like, oh, you have to ride in the new boat. I'm like, all right, cool. Because it was after fishing season. We weren't going to go fishing. He just wanted me to ride the boat. And so he has this boat with this incredibly large motor on the back of it. Like, it's the best fishing boat we ever could have imagined having. It was like his dream boat. And he gets me out on this lake, and it's a big lake. We're out on like Seneca. Seneca's a long lake. It's a big lake. And so we get out there, and he takes me all that way down at the end. By the time he gets it all up on trim, like the entire boat is out of the water. Just the transom and the fucking prop is in the water. And I'm like, this is the fastest I've ever went in my life. Because if you've ever went like 40, 50, 60 miles an hour on the water, it's not like anything else you've ever done in your fucking life. You're flying. It's insane how fast that is on the water. And he's just cranking it. He goes, oh, no, she's got more. And we get to the end of the lake, and he's like, uh-oh, it's raining. And I was like, so? And he goes, oh, you're going to want this. And he hands me a motorcycle helmet. I was like, what? He goes, you ever been hit in the face with fucking sleet at 60 miles an hour? And I was like, no. And he goes, put the fucking helmet on, you idiot. And I was like, sounds fair. It was cold. Like it was end of the year kind of cold, like end of the season. We were packing up the boat. He's like, oh, you haven't been in the new boat yet. I was like, God. 50, 60 miles an hour on the water. I don't know if any of you ever done that. It's nuts. Like there's nothing that feels that fast unless you ride around in the back of a jet, which I've done, which I mean, it kind of is like that. I'm like, good guy. You just don't feel like you're going to throw up when you're in a boat. It's not right. It's nuts. It's crazy. He's like, you're going to want this helmet. I'm not going to lie to you. If there's fucking any little bit of ice in that rain, you're going to wish you had, it's going to strip your face off. You'll look like Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger. Let's say that in English. My partner, I believe, is done for the evening. So you guys, we're going to end this with the elementary school story about my father. So my father always raised me as like, look, stand up for yourself. Don't. Is it? Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what it's like. So last story. So when I grew up, like I said, we grew up way out in the country. I went to an elementary school that was, my bus ride was 45 minutes, maybe an hour from the school back to home. And so I was there until first grade, I think. And so then we moved. And so when I moved from the house, from the place where I grew up, where like all my little friends from birth were, to a newer town, which really wasn't that far away. It's like 20 miles. I go to first grade and I don't know anyone there. And my dad my dad had taught me like, be strong, be firm, be confident, but you know, I'm not trying to like push anyone around. I'm not trying to brag. And I got labeled as a geek or a loser because I was quiet, because no one wants to see it when I'm loud. And so, oh, Bob, I will ring it. So my dad was like, look, he taught me all these things about what being tough and being strong are really about. It's not about being loud and having a cowbell. You know, it was a very good upbringing of like, you can be strong and you can be tough, but you don't have to force that on other people. You don't have to be a bully. And so when I go to this new school, and I'd grown up like that until I was like 6, I go to this new school and there's a bully. And he took to grabbing me daily and dragging me to this one wall where the teachers never looked, and dragging me around the corner of it, rubbing my face on the bricks. And I would come home, and my dad, one day I came home, my dad was like, what the fuck happened to your face? Like my skin was like bloody and raw. And so I told him, I was like, well, there's this kid at school. And like on recess, he comes over and the middle recess, which is the only one where the older kids were out there. And I was like, he just rubs my face on a brick wall. He's like, the next time he does that, I want you to punch him in the face as hard as you fucking can. Like, I want you to put everything you got into it. I want you to break his fucking nose. And I'm like, okay. And so I go to school the next day, and said young man grabs my face and rubs it on a wall. And when he got done, I turned around and I punched him right dead in the fucking nose as hard as I could. And I broke his nose. And so my dad tells the story picking up there. He's like, so the boy tells me all this, and I tell him, you punch him in the fucking nose as hard as you can. He's like, I taught you how to punch. I taught you how to fight. I taught you how to be tough. He's like, but you don't have to do it all the time. He's like, so the next day he does it. And I get a call from a school. We got to go to some parent teacher conference with the principal. And it's like, I show up, and he's like, I walk in, and the other parents walk in. He's like, then comes in this behemoth. He's like, this kid was bigger than me. Like, I had just realized that I had told my boy to punch that guy in the face. He's like, that you hit him? And I was like, my dad was like, the boy looked up and he goes, yep. He's like, and I look, and he's got the tape going up and down and down. He's got the big raccoon eyes. And he's like, I realized that boy, my 6-year-old boy, broke that dude's nose. I was like, So I hear him tell the story later because I got chewed out. He's like, in the principal's office. But I hear him tell the story later. He's like, I've never been so goddamn proud in my life. He's like, he hit that dude and broke his nose. Like it was no problem. I did get the shit beat out of me. That was one of my dad's favorite stories. It's like, he used to love tell people that a little 6-year-old motherfucker punched that. He's like, as the boy walks into the principal's office, the cocksucker was my size. He's like, I was like, what the fuck just happened? Who is that? Is that his brother? And I'm like, no, that's him. And he was like, that's him? That's when my dad was like, then I realized he broke that thing's nose. My dad was a blast. You guys would, oh my God, Zach. And oh, there's a couple. That's for both of you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. I got news for you. I'd do this shit even if you guys didn't pay me to do it. But I like the fact that you do. Yeah, my dad was a blast. I would love, the one thing that I regret in everything is I had not started this YouTube channel and doing lives before my father passed away. I didn't do lives back in that. If you guys could have gotten to see, you want to talk about something funny. My father and I together, you let us get to drinking. Well, it's like having two of me. No, it's like having two PDMs. We walked outside at 3 a.m. after drinking moonshine and grape juice. We were drinking Purple Passions with 92% moonshine in the basement of my father's house and walked outside with a 44 Magnum that's upstairs in my gun safe and fired that thing off at the goddamn fire barrel 12 times. Only to hear my mother, my wife, my sister, my brother-in-law, and everyone that could hear everything that had just happened yelling out windows going, shut the fuck up. What the fuck is wrong with you? 2 o'clock in the morning. What's up? I missed some stuff. Yeah. See you guys. If you are a moderator, I would appreciate anytime you see this, just block them. Just block them. Holy shit, there's 25 people. You guys want to keep hanging out? I mean, I poured myself an entire glass of jungle juice. Zach, you missed it. I was telling a story about my friend Rico and his husband. They made jungle juice here, and I was drinking it last night, and I've come to the conclusion that if I check my trash, it was made with Everclear because we only drank a little bit of it. And I woke up this morning, I was like, how the fuck were we so shit-faced last night? And there's still more. And I'm going to wind up in the can with it. What is this? AV Joe. Thank you very much. Any good stories from Japan? I'll tell you a story. So my friend Shin, and you guys, not to be depressing and only talking about dead people, but the older I get, the more dead people I know. So I had an incredibly good friend. This is going to be a long story. I'm going to warn you right now. Because until I met my wife, I pretty much spent every day with this guy. Like literally, I honestly could say as a service member in Japan, I had way more Japanese friends than I had American friends, which is unusual. And the guys at the ordnance facility, the guys that I worked with when I was on shore duty came to my wedding and they told me how incredibly rare that is. Because I didn't really fit the American service member mold. I took that whole be an ambassador to your country as an ambassador of your country first to the high. I was like, all right, that's important. And so I kind of integrated myself into Japanese culture. I had way more Japanese friends than I had military friends. And I had a ton of military friends. The Japanese guys that worked for me, I invited them all to my wedding and they came, they made speeches. That is incredibly unusual. And my father-in-law said the same thing. He's like, you are a very special person. that they have drawn to you like that you have been able to combine those. The fact that Japanese people, like because the workers told him the same thing, like, this doesn't happen, but we love this guy. So at any rate, I met a guy named Shinichi Nanoi. He was one of the best guys I ever met. He was my brother from another mother. I literally was with this dude almost every day that I was not at work or on duty. And so I hung out with this dude for my entire formative years. This guy kept me out of jail. I did stupid shit. He took the rap. He went to jail for 2 days for me because some stupid shit I did. But at any rate, this guy had been in the Japanese mafia. He fucking took a rap for someone else to get out of the family. So he went to jail for a few years, and then he really just kind of sold cars. And so I met him through a friend, and we hung out all the time. I helped him sell cars. He got me into an NCIS investigation because I was driving Ferraris and shit on base. They thought I was dealing with Japanese mafia, because every day I would go to his place and he goes, "Hey, do me a favor. If you're going to go, can you go show this car to this guy after work?" And I'm like, yeah. So I would drive Ferraris, drive BMWs, and all this shit. I was driving them on base. And so NCIS fucking opened an investigation to see. So it was just one of those things. Like, he got me in trouble, but we always hung out. So one night, I told you it's going to be a long story because I've got to give you a backstory. Like, I literally lived at his parents' house for a while. So I had just got notified I had made E5, which that's kind of a big step in your military career. Oh my God, 2A Dave. I had just got notified that I had made E5, which that's a pretty big, Dave, thank you very much. It's a big step in your military career. I mean, it's that one where you make that choice. Am I going to stay in for the rest of my life? Am I going to be a lifer, or am I getting out? Because that's the point where you're at. That E6 is, you're already locked in. When you hit E5, that's where you make that gut check moment. Like, am I going to keep doing this, or am I going to go back home and work on the farm and wrangle cattle and shit like that, which I would have been fine with, but I really loved what I was doing so much. So I had just found out I made E5, and I went out and I told him, and I was like, "Hey man, where you at?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm out here at this bar." He's like, I've got a guy, I'm going to sell this car to him. I was like, he had this gorgeous car called a Gloria. And I was like, "I'm coming out there. I just want to talk to you for a second." I showed up and I told him what happened. I was like, "Bro, I'm 85. I just got promoted." He was like, "Congratulations." He spoke really good English, but I spoke Japanese too. And so we're talking, and he's like, "Let me buy you a beer." I was like, "Man, I'm just parked right outside." He's like, "Me too." And I was like, "Okay." And so we had a beer, and then that beer led to a shot, and then that shot led to sake, and then sake led to more beer. And then, holy shit, eggs and ham. Dave, thank you very much. Guys, I love you guys so much. So at any rate, so that led to more beer, which led to more shots, which led to us going to get something to eat, because that's what you always do when you're drinking, which led to us going back, more shots, more sake, more beer. Next thing you know, it's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I distinctly remember taking my car keys out of my pocket and handing them to him, saying, "Here's my keys. I shouldn't drive my car." That's the last thing I remember. Keep that in mind, please. 8 o'clock the next morning. This is on a Friday night. The results came out on a Friday night. I went out, got shit-faced. I wake up and I'm like laid back, and I'm like, "Oh, I slept in the car again last night." I got the seat laid up. I open my eyes and I see white cream interior. I was like, "This is not my car." I sat the seat up. I saw the steering wheel. I was like, "This is Shin's car." And that's when I looked out my window and realized that I was sitting at a bus stop in the bus lane, dead away asleep, drunk as fuck. And I had no idea where I was at. And so I drove off, I drive around a corner, and I'm like, "What the fuck? Why am I in Shin's car?" And just about that time, my phone rang. I answered the cell phone that Shin had bought for me. And I was like, "Hey, man, hello?" And he's like, "Oh, Mike, doku ima?" I was like, "I have no idea where I'm at right now." And he goes, "Mike, you have my car." I was like, yeah, I got your car. He's like, oh, okay. I have your car, my house. I sleep in your car. I'm like, what? And I'm like, what? And he's like, you have my car. It's okay, right? And I was like, yeah. He's like, Gloria, my favorite car. It's like, he's had so many cars. And I'm like, let me check. And like, I get out, I'm checking. I'm not checking to make sure I haven't hit. I'm checking to make sure there's not strollers and children and fucking old people and wheelchairs and stuff stuck to the grill, because I don't remember getting in that car. Bingo. I got to ring this bell, though. I have to ring this bell because Aiden just dumped 20. So I drive around the car. He's like, so I'm still on the phone with Shannon. I'm like, yeah, no, your car's good, bro. Your car's fine. I didn't run over old people or anything. I was like, thank fucking God. I get in the car. I drive around the corner and I realize I see the video store down on the corner from his house. I was just on a side street. What had happened apparently was we were so drunk and stupid that we decided that it was fine for us to switch cars, but I was unable to drive my car intoxicated. And he was like, me too. I shouldn't drive my car drunk. You take my keys. And then decided later that we were going to meet up at his house. I show up. I walked up. His dad had, you guys ready for this? His dad was the mayor of the entire city at one time. And I showed up and I woke Shin up by knocking on his mirror to wake him up because he's still sleeping in the car. And I show up and his dad's drinking coffee and looking at me. He goes, I was like, why do you need him as a friend? And I was like, I'm gonna show you. He's looked at me. He's like, oh, you guys know what that means. I'm sorry. So he was like, why are you friends? Why do you need him as a friend? And I looked at him and I was like, because your son is so much fun. And he looked at me and was like, he's like, you're fucking stupid. I did have a sick ride in Japan. I had several sick rides. My first car was a little Suzuki hot hatchback. The motherfucker was fast, and then I wrecked it. I didn't have insurance, and I called Shin, and he took care of it for me because I really didn't own it. I really didn't have a license, and I could have been in a lot of trouble. He fixed that shit for me. He took care of it. And then my second car was a Toyota Soarer, which we watched a video of me watching someone race one so fast. And then I had a BMW M3. When they were still a six cylinder, the Silky 6 M3, had one of those. And then got rid of that. And I had a Toyota Supra that we had dropped the motor out of the Soarer in. So it was a 5-liter V6 twin turbo. That one would try to lift the front end of the car up. And then I married my wife and I sold all of that. And I got the Toyota station wagon and then got rid of the race car, the Supra, for a motorcycle. I had a motorcycle. No, I'm sorry. I still had the BMW because we brought that back with us. And then I sold it when I got here. Trying to find something. Trying to find the stick for my bell. I have misplaced my bat. No, I haven't. Oh no! You guys want to hear the actual story about how I met my wife? There haven't been a lot of people that have heard it, except everyone on the internet. And my wife gets fucking pissed when I tell it. So may as well do that. You guys want to hear that story? Anthony, you want me to tell that one again? Because it just pisses my wife off to no end. She wants everybody to think that she was this beautiful, sweet, demure young lady. Untouched by the hands of anyone until Mike met her. And I'm going to tell you, it's not true. My wife was dating a kid that worked for me when she met me the first time. She was dating a guy named Chris, and I was his supervisor. And she was dating him, and then she broke up with him. And then I ran into them in town. So I was trying to, well, I'm not going to lie. I was trying to get this one lady that I had went to the bar with to go to my hotel room with me. And she declined. I asked her, I was like, give me one good reason why we shouldn't go back to my hotel. And she looked at me and says, I'll give you several. And I'm like, I don't think this is going to work out tonight. And so as we were sitting there and she had trounced off, and I was like, well, good, because I'm not fucking buying you any more drinks. My wife walked in with her friend, and they had been at a beach party we'd had because, as I told you, my wife was dating a kid that worked for me. And me and my roommate were famous for our parties. And so we had had a beach party. My God. Thank you, Sam. So we had a beach party where everyone we knew from my previous ships, from Allian's previous ship, and the ship we were on, it's like 3 ships worth of people showed up at the beach. Everyone was there. This kid that worked for me showed up with his girlfriend, my wife, and her best friend. Her best friend fell immediately in love with my roommate, Alan. Immediately, like that. She was all over him. She was with a date and was like, no, sorry. My wife was with her boyfriend who worked for me and was like, yeah, I don't know if I like this guy. They broke up. So there was a long gap, probably about 2 years. We were in a bar and 2 girls walked in, and I thought one of them looked familiar. And it was because she had been dating a friend of mine. And her best friend walked in. And when they walked in, I see both of these girls like, Alan. I see her. She's like, that's Alan. And I was like, hey, I think they know us. And they come over and they sit down. My wife still didn't really like me very much because I was her boyfriend's boss back then. And I don't know what the big deal about it was, but I got up and I went to get us drinks, and we already talked about that. It's never Christmas until he falls. So I went up to get us drinks, and I come back and she was looking at me. She's like, and I got her drink, and I was like, look, I'll get you a drink. It's okay. Like, I get it. This isn't happening. And we both look, and her best friend and my roommate were like one person attached at so you know that the mouth and throat and intestines and rectum are all like the same. So the material that makes up your lips is the same material, the same exact cells that make up your lips. And they had basically just turned themselves into like a 12-foot long fucking tube from anus to anus, because they were kissing way more aggressively than any 2 people I'd ever seen kissing. And I was like, look, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And she's like, I'm going to go out on the dance floor. When we both came back, she was like, I didn't see anybody to dance with. I was like, yeah, I peed. And I walked back and the table was empty. And I walked up to the bar. I was like, where'd the jackets that were on the back of these chairs go? They're like, oh, they're here. But the other 2 people, like everyone else was there, was gone. I'm like, like they left. And my wife was walking back about the same time, and we both noticed that they're both gone. And she's like, well, what am I going to do? I was supposed to stay at her place. And I was like, well, I know where they're at because my hotel room's right next to his. And she was like, we get back to the hotel. And then she took an immediate like to me. I don't know what happened. Like, immediately got very much more friendly. And so I tell this story, and my wife gets all pissed about it. And my mother was like, oh, tell me about how you and your wife met. And my wife was like, stop. And I'm like, well, I can't lie to you, Ma. She went home to the hotel with me the second night we met. And she stayed there with me. She goes, and I was like, and we had sex a lot. And she was like, oh my God, Michael, you're horrible. And I'm like, no, I'm shallow. And I wasn't looking for an ugly chick with a good personality at that time of my life. It just lucks out that I found my perfect soulmate by accident with my penis. And my mother makes that face. And my dad goes, shut up, Stella. He ain't lying to you. and then just walks away. And I'm like, what he said? I come around the corner, my dad looks at me and he goes, why the fuck you got to tell your mother stories like that? Why are you going to say that shit? He's like, so I'm going to take up for you. I'm going to stand up for you. He's like, you get to leave. It's like, you live in Japan. He's like, I fucking stay here with her. He's like, but you know I'm going to stand up for you. And I was like, thanks, Pop. And he goes, stop doing that shit. See? Told you. Everything I was going to talk about tonight was a story about my dad. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you one last story about my dad, and it's the time my dad caught me smoking weed. So my dad was a cop. This is another story he loved to tell. It's like I said, my dad died on Christmas. We may as well make this a celebration of his life. I'm going to send this to our buddy Tim. So my dad comes home from he used to love to tell people this story. He's like, so I come home one night. So I have to, this has got to be told in two parts, right? I have to tell my part, then my dad has to tell his part. So I'm going to channel my father again. So I had figured out a way where I could keep my room from smelling like pot. So I had a north-facing window. I had a west-facing window. I would close my bedroom door. I would close the curtains down around my box fan and put it in the window. And then I would close the curtains with clothespins on the west-facing window. And I would stick my head in just the curtains and close the door. And the pressure coming in the room would force everything out the windows. And nothing would get back in the room. Right? It was brilliant. And so I rolled one. I came home from school. My dad was already gone. I was like, oh, well, my dad worked nights. So I was like, I bet he went fishing before he went to work at the jail as a police officer for the sheriff's department. Well, what it turned out would happen was my dad had not left early and went fishing and then went to work from the lake. My dad got called in early and switched shifts with someone and was coming home at 11 o'clock at night because he worked 3 to 11 instead of 11 to 7. And so just about midnight, I stick my head out the window. I'm smoking his joint, light that thing up. And I did not see my father drive by and park in front of the house. So I'm up there and I'm like, no one knows about this. This is awesome. I had my little fucking cigar box down next to the bed and underneath, like slide it under. And I'm like, no one fucking knows. This is my dad's part. This is when my dad tells the story. It's like, so I'm driving, I'm working. I switched shift with fucking Starkey because he needed the afternoon because something happened with his kids. So I'm driving home. It's like, I stopped at 7-Eleven. I grabbed something. It's like 11, 12 o'clock at night. I get off work, 1 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock. I get home. He's like, I pull the truck up in front. I see the boy's got a fan in the window. I was like, man, it's cold. What the fuck is up with that boy? He's always got a fan in the window. He's like, as I'm walking down there, he's like, I grabbed some stuff I grabbed my duty bag out of the trunk because I'm off out of the truck. I grabbed it and I'm going to take it in and wash my uniforms. He's like, I looked down the little alley between the post office and our house. He's like, you know how they got the 2 chimneys, one for the wood furnace and one for the oil furnace. The boy's window's right up against it. He's like, I'm sitting there and he's like, all of a sudden I thought I saw smoke come out that boy's window. He's like, no. He's like, and then I realized, well, I smell pot. He's like, I went to high school. I know what it smells like. And so I look back and lean back around the window. He says, no, I see that little motherfucker got that there. And he's doing that. And a cherry, he's like, lights his face up. And he's like, you just see him right there in the window. And he's like, he's blowing it out. I was like, that little motherfucker smoked weed in my house. He's like, so I go in all quiet like. So I open up the door. So I go upstairs and I yank his goddamn bedroom door open. I grabbed him by the ankles. I yanked him off the bed. I was like, what the fuck do you think you're doing in my fucking house? He's like, I had never seen the boy so scared in his life. I'm pretty sure he pooped his pants. He would tell that story every time he got a chance. That little motherfucker didn't know what his shit or go blind. I'm pretty sure I scared him half to death. I'm pretty sure he dropped a load in his pants. I'm like, What the fuck? So there's another one about my father. I'm not gonna lie to you, my father was a fucking character. He's like, he's like, what am I gonna say? I smoked weed when I was in high school. He's like, but I was gonna scare the fuck out of that little bastard if I had a chance. I blew the canvas top off his car one time with a rifle. He beat me so bad with his fucking duty belt. Like at one point, he beat me so bad with that web belt, like, the checkered leather, the fucking shit that's like that thing. He beat me with that thing so bad that we reached a point where my ass just got hot and numb. I couldn't even tell he was hitting me anymore. I was like, and I realized that he's like wheezing and he's pale. And I'm like, I think my old man's having a heart attack. He's going to beat me till he dies. I was actually concerned for his well-being. He beat my ass so bad. I was like, I think on it, I was like, yeah, he beat my ass till my ass was numb and hot. But I woke up the next morning when I rolled over, my left ass cheek hit the fucking bed. And I was like, oh boy. The time your parents told you, it's like, you keep it up, I'll beat your ass till you can't sit down for a week. And my dad did that shit. Like, I was like, I got to school and I was sitting down in the chair. I'm like, oh, for like 3 days. I'll beat your ass till you can't sit down. I'm like, yeah, right. He did that shit once. He taught me a life lesson. He taught me a life lesson one time. Graduation night, I went up to Jason Dempsey's house and I got drunk. Real drunk. Like damn near blackout drunk. I woke up on a pool table at Jason Dempsey's house and I found my car keys and I went out and I got in my car and it had frosted overnight. And I drove with a frosted up windshield down Lyons Curve because Christy Lyons lived up the top of the hill and the curve went down. And that's where, if you were going to go off the road, you would go off at Lyons Curve. I drove home by memory. Literally, I was shit faced. I was like blackout drunk, passed out, fucking sleeping. I remember not being able to see out the window, thinking to myself, I hope I remember the way home. I hope I remember where that fucking nasty ass switchback turn is. And Bushcraft Bodybuilder, are you still here? I got home and I parked the car as good as I could. And I went in and I tried to lay down on the bed and I missed it, like full on Peter Parker from the first, the one I'm talking about with the geeky kid. I can't think of his name. Like missed the bed, like the newest, like the first new, what I'm talking about, Spider-Man movie. And I missed the bed and I went up sleeping on the floor next to it. My dad comes up like a couple hours later, is kicking my feet and fucking drinking coffee. He's like, go mow the fucking yard. I'm like, I'll mow it later. He goes, well, you can mow it right fucking now. Or you can mow it in 5 minutes bleeding and crying. And I was like, I think I'll go mow the fucking yard. And I'm out there and I'm hungover. My dad's just out on the back porch. And I'm like, didn't I just mow the yard like 2 days ago? My dad's just out there drinking coffee, watching me. He goes, go get the weed eater. So he tells the story. He's like, I wake up. He's like, I heard the boy come home like 6 o'clock in the morning. I was like, that drunk little motherfucker drove home after I told him not to. He's like, I'll walk outside. His car is running. Our driveway went this way. My dad's like, the driveway goes this way. And this little motherfucker is like this in our driveway. He's like, so since he left it running, I parked it for him. And then I went upstairs and I woke him up and made him go mow the fucking yard. It's like, it's 80 degrees and humid. It's like, and he was dipshit because I told him not to drive the car home drunk. It's like, I walked in his room and it smelled like Jack Daniel's distillery. I'll tell you a story about Tasty Tim. My dad went to school with a Tasty Tim, and I went to school with Tasty Tim Jr. So I told my dad this story. Went to a party. I was with my friend Tim. I was like hanging out. Was an after football party. Had all the cars circle around. Like, we grew up in the country. We were out in the middle of the field just drinking. And Tim pulls out a bottle of Yukon Jack. If you've ever drank Yukon Jack, it's rough. It's whiskey. It's not good whiskey, but it's whiskey. And you walk over to his car. We called him Tasty Tim because of this. He would take the top off and he was like, "Hey, you want a nip?" And hand you the bottle. And when you had the bottle, he'd throw the cap over his shoulder. He's like, "Oh, shucks. I dropped the cap. We got to drink it all," which was cool if there was 4 of you. But if it was just you and him at 16 years old, you were going to have a rough go. And I told my dad that story, and he goes, "Oh, I went to school with Tim's dad. He did the same shit when we get done playing football." And I'm like, yeah, I can see that. Guys, Ratchford and Chicago 23 are both in here. It's too bad Jared's not here. I wish Jared was here. That'd be fun. I'd bring Jared in. The doggy's asleep. Breeze, thanks for stopping by. I enjoy your witty commentary, and fuck withery. It's a lot of fun. Oh God. So hey, Kevin Kirk, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you won something. By the way, Big Red EDC got his pin today. And if you weren't here, I got a notification. I was hoping it would make it here today so that I could show you guys. Eric Oakes sent me one of his production Osprey prototypes with some micro scratches, and it will be here on the 27th. So we'll see it. Kevin and Kirk, there are 26 people still here. What time is it where you guys are at? Well, it's 10:30 for you, Zach. I know what time it is for you. And 2A. I'm tired as fuck, so I'm not on my game right now. Hey, man, I'm just glad you're here. I'm glad all you guys are here. We're talking about my dad. My dad was like, "How strong's your stomach, boy?" And I was like, "I got an iron gut." He goes, "Good." He's like, John Eckleberry has problems with food in the morning. He doesn't like to see food. He doesn't like to smell food. And he goes, "Why don't you figure out something?" We were going to backstory. We're on our way to go fish on the Ohio River. I was home on leave from the Navy, and we're going down to go fishing with, I guess that trip with my dad with the motorcycle wasn't my dad's last fish. No, it was because that was before he got sick. But at any rate, we went down and we were supposed to go down with John Eckleberry. So this would have been the last fishing trip we ever made. And so John had an ulcer. And so in the mornings, like he couldn't stand the smell of food. He couldn't stand to see food. He couldn't stand the thought of food. My dad was like, he's got that ulcer and it makes him sick in the morning, right? I was like, yeah. And he goes, "Why don't you get something creative put together for your breakfast?" And I'm like, "Are you telling me you want me to make John sick?" And he goes, "Well, I mean, it's not officially a competitive fishing trip. This isn't a tournament." He's like, "But, if we don't beat him, he's just going to rub it in." And I was like, okay, fair enough. So it was him and his brother and then me and my dad in our separate boats. But we stopped at the 7-Eleven. So my dad was like, "Hey, everybody." We had stopped at 7-Eleven. I went and I grabbed food, and I grabbed a small jar of the old Pemrose pickled beer sausages, 1 tube of the Nichols, you guys aren't from Ohio, but Nichols Bakery, the black, we called them black donuts because they were like the hard chocolate coated donuts. They weren't like, I'm talking the chocolate frosted. We called them black donuts because they were like this color. And a thing of sardines in mustard. And we pull up at the marina and everybody's like there. And John gets out. And he's like, "John, you okay?" He's like, "Man, I can't even hardly stand the coffee." And he's like, Go over and sit there. I mean, just careful. The boy's eating breakfast. He's like, all right, what are you eating? I was like, oh, pickled beer sausages, black donuts, and sardines. And he's like, and I'm like, what? What's wrong, John? And I took a sardine and I dropped it in my mouth. He's like, you sorry, motherfucker. And runs around the corner. And my dad was like, all right, we can put the boats in now. It'll be there for like an hour. And I was like, isn't that your best friend in the entire fucking world? And I'm like, he's like, oh yeah. And I was like, you just did that to him? He goes, oh yeah. He's like, but we got an entire hour of fishing on him because John's going to be doubled up over a toilet for the next hour. And I'm like, you're fucking horrible. I'm digging it. Sexy voice and measures. Kitty whiskers. Gotta love that. I don't know what we're talking about. Personally, I'm a spam. I like spam. I do like spam. One of my favorite things is 3 slices of crispy meat, like crispy on the outside, still soft in the middle. So you got to slice it just like no more than like 2 millimeters. Got to slice it thin, get it crispy on the outside on white bread with ketchup. That's just like, for my money, the only way that could get better is to put a fried egg on top of it. That's Southeast Ohio right there. You can't get any better than that. Like spam, eggs, and rice. Chopped up spam on eggs with white rice, then spam and a fried egg on top with sriracha. I mean, come on now. You can't. That's like a sore dick. You just can't beat it. Some of you will get that. Some of you won't. I may have gotten a little too fluid on this one. I didn't feel I believe I may have gotten a little too far in the devil's lettuce. I'm being a little too forthcoming. It is. That's pretty good. Zach, I need a bucket myself. What? You don't like spam? Or are you laughing at my story? That dog is dead away asleep. My cousin and I were on our first ship together. You guys ready for, let's just keep going with story time. You guys wanted a Japan story, right? And I have a Japan story about my father, but he just wasn't there. He never made it over to Japan. So my cousin and I were on our first ship together, and we had an apartment together. We got dispatched to Somalia. Remember when all the Somalia stuff kicked off and they had the Black Hawk down? Well, I was on the USS Dubuque, and we had been before deployed to Japan. We got dispatched to Somalia, and we were there for about 4.5, 5 months. And it was the longest 4.5, 5 months of my life. We never pulled anywhere. We were on patrol off the coast of Somalia because war was breaking out. Somnium! Where's he at? Is he here? Where's Somni? Where is he at? I don't see him in here. At any rate, if you're here, Merry Christmas. Oh, there he is. Hey, bud. How you been? I haven't talked to you in a while. So at any rate, we had been it was almost Christmas. And we got relieved by the USS Bellawood. My friend James was there. And so he spent Christmas and the next, we were there for 6 months. They were there for 6 months. And so we really didn't go anywhere except Mombasa, Kenya. And we were there for 2 days just to take on water. So we really didn't go anywhere. We got back and we hadn't gotten to go ashore, hadn't had anything. And so we get back to the base and we're pulling in. And he's like, dude, we got to go back to the apartment. We have to pay the landlord. That she's going to be flipping out about the rent. We've been gone for like 6 months. So I'm like, yeah, I wasn't expecting that. She didn't kick us out. So we back paid her the rent and everything. And so he's like, I'm getting beer. I'm going to get groceries. You just go take care of the rent and we'll start laundry and shit. And then we'll have a party. And I'm like, hey, sounds good. So I took care of the rent. I got the money. I dropped it off with the landlord. I got back to the apartment, and fucking Chad is there, and he's got one of our big beer glasses. We had these big, tall beer glasses. Look at milkshake mugs. And he's like, he's fucking putting strawberry ice cream in it. I was like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm making a float. I'm like, oh, cool. You got root beer? He's like, nope. And he pulls out an MGD and he pours beer. He makes a beer float. And he goes, I haven't had a beer or decent ice cream in like fucking 3 months. He's like, I'm making a beer float. I was like, I think that's a bad idea. And he drank that fucking thing. 20 minutes later, he's throwing up in the sink. And I'm like, why are you throwing up on the clean dishes, dude? Don't throw up on the clean. We have a toilet. It's right there. Beer floats. Apparently not real good. There are 32 people here. Guys, I'm digging this. Let's spend Christmas Eve together. Do this again on New Year's. If I could. Zach, are you in for the New Year's thing? If you're still here, Zach. I just need people to DM me so we can run. Here, this is my plan. So Cole at Tri-State EDC already rogered up. So my plan is to have one YouTube channel, maybe two. I just don't want to get too crowded because there's an overlap. I want to have one YouTube channel per time zone from East Coast to West Coast, maybe two. So we go live at 10 on the East Coast with Cole and maybe somebody else. Maybe I'm really trying to get Birdshot in on us. I think it'll be fun. Then we start there, right? 10 p.m. with them, 11 p.m. the channels that are in the next time zone kick in because it's 10 p.m. for them. We stick around till midnight. Cole and whoever else, if it's Birdshot or somebody, they drop out. And then for an hour, it's me and whoever. And then the people in Mountain kick in. And we have like 2 to 4 channels. And then when it hits midnight in Central, they pop out. Then we bring in like Zach or somebody else. And we just, basically my plan is I want to roll Happy New Year for the knife world from the East Coast to the West Coast. I mean, does that sound cool? I mean, right there, just saying it, that should sound cool. I want to have Dick Clark's rocking New Year's Eve for the knife world. And I want to do it here. What do you guys say? Does that sound cool? And I'll be Dick Clark, only younger and uglier because I don't know, they've got him digitally stored somewhere. Right? How's that sound? I mean, it'd only be what, 6 hours? If that 10 there would be 7 here. I'd start at 7 and run till midnight. 7 to midnight, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 hours. Hell, I've done 5-hour live feeds. We've done 3.5 tonight. So Matisfaction, I know you're in Mountain Time Zone. Why don't you send me a DM? Let's get this set up. I got Cole. I'll get Polly for Polly's in Central because I was trying to get Jared. Jared can't do it. So we'll do Cole, possibly Birdshot. We'll get Polly if Polly can do it. Then me and Matisfaction, and then like Zach and who else is out here west that I would want to do? I mean, there's a lot of us. We could just do that. Yeah. Fuck, why not? Like that would be a YouTube channel. That would run it east to west. What do you say? Stevie. Oh yeah, Stevie said he'd do it too. So it'd be like me, you, and Stevie. It'd be fun. It's just like it'd be like this, only 2 hours longer. Should dress up like Jenny McCarthy. If I thought my suits would still fit, I'd wear a suit. We'll see if my suits fit. You never know what might happen. I might be hatless. But me without the hat is like Nick without the shabazz. It looks like someone you know, but it's just not quite right. Be ready because 5 hours. No, fuck. Who? What? Are you out of your fucking mind? I look like a Muppet without the beard. This is no joke. Do you guys remember when I had the incident? I had the big, long, bushy beard, and I had to trim it down to the goatee because there was an incident with the haircut, which I still haven't gotten one, but I'm not doing myself ever again because I don't want to fuck my beard up. I don't have a kimono, Dave or Dave. I rented it. When I had the accident, I trimmed everything down real short. I got fucking carded for beer because California has a law that if you don't look 35, they have to card you. And she was like, I need to see your ID. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? She goes, if you don't look 35, we have to card you. And I was like, I don't look 35. She's like, no, not really. And I was like, I'm fucking 47. And she was like, no, you're not. And I was like, you want to fucking argue? Which Muppet? Beaker. I look like fucking Beaker. Do you want proof? You want proof that I look like Beaker? Wait one. Jesus Christ, you're going to make me fucking find this picture. I look like Beaker. God, I'm going to regret showing you guys this. Breeze, are you leaving? All right. I'm probably going to regret showing you this, but I look like fucking Beaker. That's what I used to look like. I look like Beaker. There you go. There's a fucking throwback Thursday for you. Me. I look like Beaker. I look like a Muppet. What I look like is a Honda Civic with the doors open, if you want to know the truth. You don't have to screenshot it. It's on Instagram. Whoa. Yeah. That's what I used to look like. Meet. Yeah, right. So, bro, I got so much there wasn't enough for everyone else. I'm not gonna lie, like I'm just not joking. So I've got to get my cousin. I got to get my cousin and my old roommate on the ship. Or on the show. We were on a ship one time. I was like, dude, fucking Emler, that dude don't get laid. And my fucking cousin was like, that dude, like fucking Emler? This isn't me being braggadocious. It's just a fact. Like they were on the quarter. I was like, fucking Emler don't get laid. I bet that fucker is gay. And fucking my cousin was like, dude, that dude gets more pussy than any three of us. And they're like, how? He's like, he fucking speaks Japanese. He's a white dude. He speaks Japanese. All he has to do is pretend he's listening to something they're saying. And he's better than any Japanese dude out there. And I was like, he's not wrong. Japanese dudes are assholes. It's a mildly attractive white dude that speaks Japanese and pretends he's listening. He doesn't spend a lot of lonely nights. I'm just going to tell you. Santa's got to go deliver. My kid's 14. I don't miss that shit anymore. Big Red's up at 2 p.m. tomorrow. That's not a different person. Then no, that's like, honestly, that's fucking me. My cousin's wife, after they met, I was still single. And she showed up at our apartment one time. And I was laying in a bed and he introduced me. He was like, yeah, this is my new girlfriend. And I was like, hey, what's going on? She sat down on the edge of the bed. And he's like, no, baby, don't sit down there. She's like, why? He's like, you're going to get pregnant. She's like, huh? It's like, his bed's like that dirty. He goes, no. If you sit on his bed, 5 minutes later, you're going to be naked and then you're going to be pregnant. And she's like, huh? He's like, I'll explain it later. I had Donald Duck pajamas and guys were like, why you wear Donald Duck pajamas? I was like, what chick doesn't trust a guy in Donald Duck pajamas? And they were like, I'm like, a smart one. Most of them trust a dude that you bring a girl over. They're like, hey, we're just going to my place and watch movies. And I changed into Donald Duck pajamas. I've immediately lowered her barriers. I'm a horrible person. I know this. That's why I don't feel conflicted when I do and say horrible things. If you can admit you're a horrible person, that conflict kind of just goes away. Tactics. No, they haven't even thought about leaving. they're going to be there until the end of January. That's why I'm doing this, is because I'm all by myself and I'm lonely. And illegal, he gets it. The second my cousin was like, bro, like he came in the apartment, he goes, bro, why do you have Donald Duck pajamas? And I told him the story and he goes, that's pretty fucking brilliant if you want to know the truth. I'm still just hearing eat meat, 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 meat. Show us the dagger. You want to see the dagger? Let's go get it. It's right here. It doesn't go very far. It sits on a shelf. It has a spot of honor. The dagger has a spot of honor on a shelf all by itself because it looks like something out of Heavy Metal 2000. Why are you panting? Are you okay? It's not hot out here. It's 68 degrees out here. It can't be that hot. Lay down on the floor. I'm sorry, I'm talking to a dog. Next to the MTech. So you guys have watched the Conjuring movies where like Ed and Lorraine have that museum where they have all the items that, no, she literally doesn't need to go out because she just went out because the door's open. She went out a little bit ago. So you remember how they have that museum with all the corrupted items? Ooh, did you burpees? With all the corrupted items where they keep like the doll and Annabelle and all the other things that have the demonic touch. That's where I sent the MTech. Just not going to pull any punches. It's inside a lead sealed box that's chained up just on the other side of the country with Annabelle and those other corrupted items, just to make sure that it doesn't accidentally touch a good knife and, well, fucking ruin it. I'm pretty sure that's what happened with that Boker ceramic, because everything was good. And then I pulled it back off the shelf and the thumb stud was all sliding and it had gotten chipped and shit like that. I'm like, great. Now it's fucking worth. It's the worst fucking knife ever. I'm so conflicted about calling that the worst knife ever because it literally is the best cutter. That ceramic blade on that Boker ceramic folding knife it's the best cutting knife I've ever. It's insane. It's insanely good. It just, everything else about it is fucking garbage. Okay, get down, babe. Down. If you're that hot. Lay down on the floor. The floor is cool. But the MTech is like, I couldn't even put that in a video. Do you know why it wasn't the worst? It was the worst. It definitely did win the worst. But you know why it didn't wind up in the video? Because I didn't want to have to fucking look at it again. Yeah, it was like a Raggedy Ann. It was like a Raggedy Ann doll or something. Here's the thing. I'm old enough. I remember when Ed and Lorraine Warren were on TV. I remember the actual story about the Annabelle doll. I remember the actual story about the family in England growing up. Like, that's stuff that we watched. It was on the news. It was on TV. So all these movies, the guy that pled, the first guy that ever pled fucking demonic possession. I remember all those things. And so I told my daughter, she's like, oh, did you ever hear about Ed and Lorraine Warren? I was like, I used to read books about them. I read books and stuff about them in junior high and high school. There was TV shows about them and stuff like that. So it was a lot of fun. Guys, do you guys want to keep doing this? I will stick around if you guys want to. We'll do it. It's been 3.5 hours. Do you guys want to keep going? Beardo, why don't you send me something good? Like, you sent me an MTech. I'm just kidding. This is a joke. Before I'm going to preface this. You sent me an MTech. Eric Oakes, I'm sorry. I keep mispronouncing these. I've done it so many years. Eric Oakes is sending me one of his Osprey prototypes. You sent me an MTech. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Thank you or get mad. I really don't know what to say. I watched Heavy Metal and Heavy Metal 2000. But you did send me the best ADV ever. Pretty sure you did that as a ploy to sell it because it didn't stick around very long when you decided to sell it. I can't get upset. I've brokered knives. I can't tell you that. Not supposed to do that. IRS gets upset when you say things that then they find out that you made money that you didn't tell them about. They don't like that. They don't like that at all. I'll stick around for a while, but we may have to do another potty break. And I don't know, I'm debating filling that cup up again. I don't want to do that because you know what? Here's the thing. And I've rekindled a friendship with Birdshot. Birdshot and I kind of drifted apart, and along with a lot of other people, and I'll tell you a reason why. I really started drinking heavily for a while, and since I'm going to be honest about it, I'm real cautious about like every once in a while I have a live feed where I'll get a little tipsy and stuff like that, but I'm really cautious about it because I had kind of like a personal almost scare with like dependency. I got to a point where I was drinking super heavily, like all the time, like every day. I was drinking while I was working. I was drinking while I was sharpening. I was drinking. I was drinking like 20. If I was awake, I was drinking. I would wake up and I put whiskey in my coffee and stuff like that. And I don't want to go back that direction, but I mean, I really think I'm okay with that. But what I'm saying is I just don't want it to become where I'm that every time I'm on YouTube, I'm drunk. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of went off the rails with the drinking for a while. And there was a handful of people that I got really, really bitter with for a long time in the comment section. And I kind of had to reach back out to those people and say, hey, you know what? You were kind of right. All right. You weren't kind of right. You were really, really, really right. So, but I will have another cup of the jungle juice that Ricardo made. This one was not a full one. Are we talking about Stevie Wonder Woman? Stevie Wonder Woman, I should say. Hey, Snuzz put up Stevie Wonder Woman's channel because Sugar Shane said if he gets 500 subs by the first, he's giving a Benchmade Presidio. Guys, there's 30 people here. If you don't follow Stevie Wonder Woman at that right there, at that YouTube link, well, then I don't like you anymore. So just what are you doing? Are you doing a small 10 thing? What are you doing? A 10K thing going? Like right now? Bro, can we simulcast it? Just thinking, like, wouldn't that be cool? If like I sent you a link and you brought your camera in, it was like double screen. Can we do that, Zach? I mean, are you doing it like right now? Because I think that would be cool. It's posted for the next week and a half. Oh, I thought you meant you were doing a live thing right now. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying you were going live right now. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll end. That way you can. I was like, if you're waiting on me to end, then I'll end. I thought that's what you were going with. But if like, that's cool. Go check out Zach's thing that he's doing. No, bro. Step on my toes. Step on my ears. Step on my lips. I don't care. I don't fucking care, bro. If you need me to stop, let me know. Like that's what I'm asking. Do you need me to end this? Because I'll end it and I'll come right over to yours and watch it. Continue to drink jungle juice. Get into the jazz cabbage. That's what I'm saying. Like, do you want everybody to go over there now? Because I'll join them. Just let me know. No, keep going. But that doesn't tell me if you're trying to go live tonight. I need you to write this out like you're talking to a 4-year-old, step by step. Do you need me to stop? Step 1. Step 2, are you trying to go live tonight? I need an answer to that. Step 2. You already told me you don't need me to stop, but you haven't explained to me whether you're going live tonight. There's multiple stages to this explanation thing that I need. Okay, cool. That's what I needed. I needed that additional. I'm just pretend I'm dumb. Because, well, you're not really pretending real hard. Have you? I needed this. I really did need this. It's been rough. It's been rough. I put up a video the other day and I mentioned Jeremy from the quartering. And I think that's kind of what fucked me on the algorithm, because I know that YouTube doesn't like him, but I like his content. And I mentioned him with the @ and I was like, go check out his channel, because not everything he puts up is political. It's not polarizing. He does a lot of game stuff and he's just literally hilarious. And the second I did it, I'm like, that could be a bad choice. And then the next video I premiered had like 8 people. And then the next one had 3. And then today's had none. And I'm like, oh, I do believe I know what has occurred. So I took the video. I mean, a lot of it could be, I'm sorry, guys. I mean, drag you along. I was having a conversation with Zach. I'm missing. I was having a conversation with Zach, and you guys didn't need to hear that. I'll call him for that. Fuck, Mike. I subbed to him and a few others are shadow banned. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm at least, usually when I do that, like my channel goes dark for like 3 days. And then this is the thing that's funny. Like I talk to YouTube and they're like, oh no, that doesn't happen. I'm like, really? Because I can look and show how many times you guys were showing the thumbnails of my videos to people. And then I can see a specific date where it drops to up 0 and it stays that way for like 3 days. And then it comes right back up to the level it was at before. They're like, oh no, that's a glitch. I'm like, really? Because the fact is that line coincides with the line of the drop in views, where I go from several thousand views to nothing for 2 days. And I'm like, it's funny that you say that's a glitch, because if it's a glitch, I'm not seeing that it doesn't, I'm just saying that there's other ways for me to definitely tell that you're lying to me. So yeah, I kind of had to. I felt like I kind of had to. I owed it because I enjoy his content. I never, ever, ever, ever recommend it. Jeremy at the quartering. It's a good channel. I mean, if you ignore, like, I don't agree with probably 70% of the stuff he says on his channel, but I enjoy watching most of his content because he's got a good sense of humor. It's the same thing with like Salty Cracker and some of those other really, really, really crazy, super right-wing channels. Just like, I watch them for the humor. Like, those guys are fucking hilarious. And then I watch the other stuff and I'm like, that's sad and pathetic. And I want to pat you on the head and tell you goodbye. But like, that doesn't make me a far right. That doesn't make me far right. I just enjoy some of the humor on those channels. Like, I can look at it as satire. You know what I mean? You didn't get this? You didn't get this? See? That's what I'm telling you. I did put up a bunch of stuff today. The only thing I can tell you guys, if you want to get notified of everything I do, the only way to do it is go to the bell icon and click on it and don't hit custom. So you have like 3 options. You have no notifications, some notifications, which is custom. And the most they send out is like 3 a day, I think. And then if you want to know everything I do, hit the bell. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Hit that bell and do it. Like, I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. But just hit all. So I've got people like, oh, I've got notifications set up. I was like, do you have it set for all? And they're like, no, I haven't set it for some. And I was like, did you get any notifications this week? And they're like, no. I'm like, hit all. Because it's the only way that YouTube is ever going to tell you that I put up a video, because I kind of stay in their no-no box. I wind up saying things that YouTube doesn't like. I'm pretty sure that they're upset with my thing about Jimmy Kimmel and his rotund same sex lover. I don't know how else to say it. Like, I don't care. I was having a conversation with my friends here at the house. They're married and they're both men, and they both agreed with me that I don't hate him because he's gay. I hate him because he's not at all funny. Like, he's not funny. Did I miss a ding, ding, ding? Oh, I was watching Bees Blades, then had to chill upstairs for a bit. Oh, that's right. Bees had, Bees, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I don't like to do live feeds at the same time as other people. And I forgot Bees said he had one. And I forgot. What kind of things, Mike? Don't make me go get the other hat. Please don't. I'm so close to the edge. I'm like on the verge. I've had enough alcohol and enough of this to say that I'm on the verge of saying, screw YouTube, and I'm going to say what I want, but I'm not going to do that because, well, if I do that, YouTube doesn't recommend my videos, and then I don't make any money, and then we wind up homeless under an overpass. Which some people are like, oh, that would ruin your child's life. And I'm like, I'm here to tell you, make her prepared for the zombie apocalypse. Living on an overpass, that makes tough. I don't want that for my daughter. I'm joking. Merry Christmas, amigo, Marco Gama. Marco, every time I read your name, all I can think of is when Bruce Willis kisses the chick in The Fifth Element, and she puts the gun to his head. She's Ectogama. He's like, I got it. That's all I can think of every time I read your name. Sorry. That's just how my brain works. Don't live under an overpass. Wise words. You know what? My daughter is 14. She's on the U.S. figure skating team. She is well known in the skating community. So I think that basically I can kind of coast for the next 4 years, because my entire duty was to get her into college and not have her on the pole. I mean, like the stripper pole, not like. That's a fucking thought I didn't need. Thanks, guys. Thanks for letting me do that to myself. I appreciate it. The budget. What was this? As for your vids, I didn't watch them yet because I've been busy as fuck watching everyone else's shit. You know what? Here's the thing. You just need to pick a month. Lock yourself in a garage with a TV, a laptop, bunch of coffee, bunch of fucking graham crackers, and just get caught up, because I do videos 5 days a week. And if you don't start catching up now, you're just fucked. So that's like, basically, that's what I'm telling you. You need a bucket to pee in, get a catheter, just lock yourself in your garage for like a month. And then, screw those other channels. You can catch up on those later. Just catch up on them one video at a time. But my channel, you can just watch the whole playlist, like all 1,300 videos. Right there. There you go. Don't do that. That's ridiculous. If YouTube takes that video down because I'm making a recommendation that somebody lock themselves in like a fucking storage unit and watch videos with no food. Can you see that? YouTube's like, we have to take your video down because it violates your guidelines against self-harm. I'm like, What did I say? They're like, you recommended they lock themselves in a storage container with no food or water and just watch your videos continuously. I'm like, are you guys serious? This is a joke, right? Where's the cameras? Where's the cameras? Who's got me? I'm getting pumped. I didn't realize I was that popular. This is what you get tonight. Got 4 devices to watch everyone. I'm still missing content. Here's the thing. Okay, so let me explain something to you guys in case I'm going to let you in on a little YouTube secret they don't want you to know about. You only got to watch the first 30 seconds. That's it. That counts as a view. If you watch a minute, that counts as a view with ad revenue. Just watch the first minute of every video. If you want to support a channel, you don't want to watch every fucking thing they do. I get it. I make 5 videos a week, 3 live feeds. I'm getting ready to start going to 7 days a week. I don't like to hear myself talk that much. And I mean, I think we've established I don't mind listening to myself talk. Just watch the first minute and the channel gets credit for 1, a view, and then 2, a view with ad revenue. Watch the first minute. If you guys don't want to watch all my shit, watch the first minute of every video. Just hit next, 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 every 60 seconds. I'm not telling you that you should do it. I'm just telling you that would work. Just saying. I'm sorry. I'm reading a comment. Snuz keeps saying, I keep, every time I see, I do understand that I started the whole thing with the M-A-I-K-E, Mac. I do understand that I started that. But when you guys write it, for some reason, my brain just goes, what the fuck is that? I think that I finally reached a point where my brain doesn't acknowledge the fact that PDM exists, which is dangerous because you guys have seen Fight Club, right? That's a long way around to get to that one. He's telling the story out of school, boys. Yeah, I kind of am. So I'm not saying you should go watch the first minute of every one of my 1,300 videos, but I'm just saying it wouldn't hurt. You don't even have to be there for it. Just click next, next, next. You can even do a timer. Not saying I want y'all to. I mean, because that would be, I think that might be against the rules. Hey, it's Brian with a Y. So Brian with a Y, as you can see, is Y-R-I-A-N. So I kept writing his name B-R-I-A-N. He's like, my name is Brian with a Y. And so I started typing it Y-R-I-A-N. He's like, what is that? And I was like, that's Brian with a Y. Don't get upset because you set arbitrary rules on the spelling of your name. Like, I didn't set these. You're the one that came to me and say, my name is spelled Brian with a Y. Did have a friend named David, spelled it with a K. And I'm like, fucking Hawaiian? What the that makes no sense. His initials were KKK. His first name was Brian. And I'm like, you can't spell Brian with a K. And he's like, you can in the Hawaiian language. And I'm like, okay. But he's also the only guy I've ever seen throw a detachable link from an anchor chain on a USS Dubuque. And just so you guys know, anchor chain link, the detachable link, it's about that big. It's about that big around. And I saw him throw one clear across the shop and say, fuck this, I'm out. And I'm like, I think Brian's leaving. I think he's out. I'm not, they're like, go get him. I'm like, no. Did you see him throw that 120-pound chunk of metal across the shop into the wall? I do believe I'm going to let Brian do whatever the fuck Brian wants to do. And if you want Brian to come back to the shop, I believe that I don't care how high your rank is and how low mine is. I'm not going to be the one that goes and gets him. You can call the captain now and I'll go the fuck home, because that's not happening, because that's terrifying. I do have really big hands. I do have big hands. And the fact that thing is, that's touching my face. Like, people are like, oh, you got your hand too close to the camera. No, that's next to my face. Like, people are like, there's no way his hands are that big. Yeah. I got really, really big hands. Those aren't normal sized paws, guys. I don't think I've ever done that in a video. Like, I always talk about how big my hands are, but I don't think I've ever shown them as an actual comparison to the rest of my body, because they're not normal sized. That's what made me think about it, because I don't have, like, my face is like normal size. It's the rest of my hand. You guys ever, did you guys ever play a joke on someone where, like, you ever done reverse arm wrestling? And you're like, what's reverse arm wrestling? And so you have them like, put your arm down like this, and I'm going to grab your hand and I'm going to pull this way, and you're going to pull back, and whoever, like, we'll fight that way, and it doesn't take up as much space. And you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then they get to pulling and then let go, and you punch yourself in the fucking face. Yeah. It's not funny. I don't know if you guys can tell, I've had my nose broke a bunch of times because it's definitely not straight. Like, there's absolutely one side of my nose that is a different size and shape than the other. I mean, that was funny though, because, like, I honestly had never thought of that. Like, comparing it, it's like when I make a fist, it's like a sledgehammer on a toothpick. The hell was that? It was a sledgehammer with a matchstick handle. How do you punch that dude and not break his arm? Secret story. Do you want to hear the actual story? Okay. So my mom doesn't watch my life feeds. My sister does. My nose looks like this because my mother broke it. My mother broke my nose. God, I swear to God, I hope my mother doesn't ever watch one of my YouTube. She made me promise never. I've told it a bunch of times, but she made me promise never to tell it. And I'm telling it live on YouTube. Because what's she going to do? She's in Ohio. I'm in California. She's going to yell at me. I'll just hang up. Like, hey, what's that sound like? Click, beep. You're on our way to her aunt's house, my great aunt. And my mother and I had been fighting all day. Like, all day. And I don't know what happened. It's like me and my wife. I'm like, apparently there's days that my wife just wakes up and wants to fight with me. And I'm like, I'm not digging this. Like, why are you so angry about, like, every fucking thing? And so it's become glaringly apparent now that I think about it, because I say this: men marry their mothers and women marry their fathers. I married my mother. I see that now because my wife does this. And so, like, just all day, I had already apologized to my mother for the indiscretion that had passed way earlier in the day. Like, at breakfast, I apologized. It's now 1 p.m. and she's still just about the same thing. And we're in the car, and my little sister is behind my mother in the passenger seat. My father is driving, and I'm right behind my father in an old Chevy Blazer. And my mother has one of those, those big, thick grapefruits that you got to, like, use your entire fucking thumb. Like, you put your whole thumb in between, and it's, like, on there, and there's still, like, a lot of room, and there's, like, all that fleshy shit. I can't remember what they're called, but she had one of those, and she had started peeling it. And she's just still, like, in my head, I heard myself say in my head, or so I thought, man, I wish this bitch would shut up. it got real quiet in the car. And that's when I realized that my sister was looking at me like, and my dad was looking at me in the rearview mirror, and his eyes, like, I've never seen it. It's like he had gotten way up against like this, like he was looking at me through the mirror. I've never seen his eyes that big. Like the whole mirror was just his eyes. No, it was a grapefruit. It absolutely was a grapefruit. Aiden. A pomelo. That's exactly what it was, Dave. A pomelo. And she turned and looked at me, and I could just, like, no joke. Like, I swear to God, it looked like my father had ran around to the front of the car and was looking at me through the mirror. Like, that's what the rear view mirror looked like. Like, what the fuck did you just say? And my mother, with this big ass grapefruit in her hand, turned and looked at me and threw it and hit me right dead on the end of the nose, breaking it. And so we had to drive from where we were to the emergency room, cancel our trip, and get my nose set. And the guy that set my nose, the doctor that set my nose, I'm like, Doug, can you fix them? My eyes are all swollen shut because they're all black and blue. And he's like, I was like, Doc, can you fix it? And he had these like the sticks up my nose, the rods. And he's like, I don't know, son. I don't know what it looked like before. Which is why my nose takes a distinct turn that direction, and one nostril is significantly larger than the other. What was this? You know, Mike, honest opinion here. I wasn't sure about you at first, but how honest you are with us and yourself is refreshing. You are brash, but honest. I respect that, man, and it's hilarious. I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, hey, here's the thing. After I die, no one's going to give a shit about any of these stories. And if somebody gets to enjoy them, you know what? Fuck it. What's it like? If you can find pussy cheaper, fuck it. There you go. That's why my nose is crooked. And my sister, I got to make sure my sister has to be my sister has got to be the person that keeps this shit from winding up on my mother's live feed. Because I can just picture my mom, like my 70-something-year-old mother in her like whirlpool bath watching YouTube. Like, let's see what Mike did last night. I'm telling this story. And she's like, I'm going to fucking kill him. I'm going to burn his fucking house down. Like that's the kind of person my mother is. Because my mother is this tiny, little sweet, demure woman that had my father, the big fucking goddamn German gorilla, terrified of her for his entire life. My father, this is okay. Last story. It's been 4. We're going to end with this. 3 minutes. This is the story about my father and me in Japan. So my wife and I decided we were going to get married, and we started all the paperwork, and then September 11th happened. And I was in a supervisory role. I ran the harbor security department for my duty section. And I wound up being on duty for a very long time. The base was locked down. We couldn't get any of the paperwork done. And so on November 28th, my wife and I finally got all the paperwork together for us to officially get a paperwork marriage certificate in Japan and the base. And so we did that. And I told my dad, I was like, yeah, September 11th, threw a hitch in the giddy up. So we got married on Thanksgiving Day, 2001. And on the 3rd of March, 3302, we had our actual wedding. And so I tried to get my family to come to the wedding. And my father was completely opposed. He's like, I will not have any of us in my family getting on a plane after the events of September 11th, because he's like, I love my wife. I love my kid. I can't come because they won't let me carry a pew-pew on the plane. And I was like, so you're not coming? He's like, no, and neither is your mother or your sister. And I was like, I got to respect his opinion. That's his wife, and that's my sister, his child. She wasn't even 18 yet, I don't think, at the time. Oh no, definitely she was. She was 5 years younger than me. So she was 21. So at any rate, I told my dad, I was like, all right, I'll call you the day of the wedding. At the same time we were getting married, I was studying for the E6 exam. And I was studying like constantly. So I'm like, I've got my notebooks and I'm studying and all this shit. And all of a sudden my phone starts ringing and he goes, did you get married yet? And I was like, oh, fuck, it's dad. My dad was like, I was like, no, we're getting ready to start the whole ceremony. I'll make sure you guys get a copy of the VHS tape and all that shit. And he goes, cool, cool. He's like, I just got one thing to tell you. And this was the most worldly and best advice my father ever gave anyone. And I've cherished this nugget of information forever. And I've given it to everyone that I know that's married. And this is how you have a happy, loving relationship. My father's like, I'm going to tell you the secret to being married. I'm like, all right, I'm listening. And he said, boy, you can be right or you can be happy, but you sure as fuck ain't going to be both. And he goes, have a good wedding. I'll talk to you later. Give me a call when you get back from the honeymoon. And I was like, that's it? That's all you fucking got? I swear to God, the best advice I've ever been given in my life. If you're married, I don't care if you're the man or the woman, you can be right or you can be happy, but you sure as fuck ain't going to be both. Guys, I got to go. It's been 4 hours. I love you guys. This has been great. You know what I want to do? I want to do an actual TV show. Nah, that's stupid. That requires scripting. I love you guys. I have to go. I really do. It's fucking 11:30 at night. I will talk to you guys later. I will see you in the next live feed. Guys, if you want to get in on free shit, join the memberships. I give away stuff every week. Or not every week. You're getting yourself in a hole, Mike. Every month, I give away free stuff every month and early content and exclusive premium tier sharpening. So, guys, I got to go. Like, I've had way too much of that juice. I have. I love you. Merry Christmas. Enjoy yourselves. I'm going to watch Hans Gruber fall off the building. Later.